Good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m. and I'd like to ask everyone to take their seats. As everyone's doing that, we will call this meeting to order here at 9:01 a.m. on February 24th, 2026. If y'all will join me in a moment of silence or invocation to begin. All righty, thank you for that. And if you're able to rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Brandy, if you'll do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Kimball.
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Present.
Chair Sanchez.
Present. The County Commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. And before we check if there's any changes to the agenda, I did want to note there are now 5 of us back. We're 5 strong again. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Kimball and say congratulations and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Okay, so with that, we're on to changes to the agenda. Ms. Weir, I'd like to also note, welcome and thank you for joining us on the dais today.
Thank you.
I want to note, I think the only change, I just want to confirm with you that the only change to the agenda is item number, under presentations, item number 12 is being pulled, and we'll be looking to have that either at the next work session or the first meeting in March.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to have agenda item number 1 pulled, please.
Okay, so we'll
you.
make that note when we, I guess we'll move on then to consent agenda. I think there's a request to pull agenda item number 1. The rest of the items we will be approving in one motion. So I'm looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items numbers 2 through 9. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you, Vice Chair Gameros. Okay, we have items 2 through 9. Are there any questions, comments? Not hearing or seeing any. So with that, I'll ask Brandy if you can do a roll call to approve agenda items numbers 2 through 9.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, consent agenda items 2 through 9 are approved, 5-0.
We have 2 resolution numbers for that. Item number 2 is going to be resolution number 2026-27. Item number 8 is going to be 2026-28.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we're looking at agenda item number 1. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Chaparro, do you have, I know this is, this is to approve a budget revision and resolution in the amount of $60,000 for the county clerk's office to procure and furnish a mobile voting unit. I don't know if we want, I know we have Madam Clerk, Dr. Askin on the dais with us, so I don't know if you might be able to share any questions you have, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, is this okay staying up here?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. Happy to give a kind of a brief overview and then answer any specific questions that Commissioner Chaparro has. So the mobile voting unit, it should be called something else, I think, for brevity, because it'll have multi-uses. We maybe should call it the multi-use mobile unit. So the idea came to me specifically 5 years ago. Or I'm going to ballpark it. Commissioner Sanchez, you remember when La Union had its issues connected to the flood, and we went out there to do what we could to help, which was frankly just give water. But we had that conversation at that time. What if this happened during an election? So the idea began there, and we started looking for funding. So President Biden had identified elections as critical infrastructure. And so there was, in theory, some funding available, but the route was partnering with OEM, Office of Emergency Management. So we did a lot of work in the meantime to secure that funding. We weren't successful for several years. In the meantime, we also I was lobbying our legislature for a new warehouse, monies for a new warehouse, and I was able to secure $3 million, and you all shored up the rest. Thank you very much. But during that time, I was also asking for a mobile voting unit. Bernalillo County has one. Los Alamos has one. We have a large county, literally, mileage-wise or square footage, I guess. So I was very pleased when specifically Stephen Lopez was very supportive of the idea of partnering with OEM, and we've done so. We did secure some funding in other years, but it wasn't quite enough. And so here we are asking you again to shore up specifically the amount so we can have that mobile voting unit. It's not just about mobile voting. It's really going to be hopefully used for in emergencies. H1N1 is a good example. Many years ago, I worked for the Department of Health. We could have had some kind of mobile unit to support and assist Department of Health. So it could be deployed that way. We also are going to planning on doing recording and filing. We can do some education in each of the districts in our community. So voting is limited to voting time. So literally in the odd numbered years, it will be during that 1 month of voting. And then in even numbered years, like this year when we have a primary and we have a general, it'll be used more broadly. So, and the other times it'll be available for use for the community. And we hope that you will approve that request so we can get that started, because it's very time sensitive. And, I'm always concerned by the time we get the approval, it's 25% increase in the cost. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have specifically connected to it. And
Thank you, Dr. Ask. And I do have a couple of questions. So regarding the schedule, will the schedule be publicized before the mobile unit goes out for voting so that our residents and our constituents know, for example, if you're going to be in Chaparral, or if you're going to be in Oregon, or if you're going to be in Rincon or in Sunland Park, will that be advertised with plenty of time?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, thank you for allowing me to basically pump the tires of my great comms team. And so if you're not following us on social medias, I encourage you to do so. We do recognize that is not the only way that people get information. And so we will, of course, ask for the assistance of county media as well, their media focus. But I also think you all can help us. You have a list of your constituents. I know many of you have community meetings. That'd be a great thing to even showcase when we get it, is to make it part of a celebration for us and head out to Chaparral or head out to La Union or Hatch, right? And this is our mobile voting unit. And by the way, there's a commissioner available to answer any questions you have. So we will talk about it as much as we can, and we will over-communicate the availability because we want it used. We don't want it to be one of those things that 3 years later you're looking at it in a parking lot going, that thing has never moved. And so the idea is for us to utilize it as much as possible, as well as partner with Office of Emergency Management. Amanda Bowen and her team have been exceptionally supportive, and we know what helps us is also will help them.
Thank you. I have another question.
would you be open to perhaps working with the tax assessor and the treasurer to make it mobile to accept tax payments and having one of their staff come on board? I know there's some constituents where I've received calls from Chaparral, for example, that no transportation, and so probably no computer awareness. And so for some people to get transportation all the way here to pay a tax bill, I ran into a man earlier this year from Hatch, and the assessor's office, no, rather the treasurer's office was closed, and he had questions. And so would you be open to sharing that vehicle with other county elected officials that might need it at, certainly not during election time, but need it for tax payments or other things?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, I feel like I'm planting questions and you're asking great ones because it gives me the opportunity to highlight. I think we continually are proud of the partnerships we have and the access we have. We're always willing to help other departments, whether it's with their comms or interviews. And so this idea of expanding that and helping constituents is embedded in the reason that we're doing it, as well as recording and filing of our office. It is also something that could hopefully use it as well. So, you know, all the details have to be worked out. Schedules coordinated. People much smarter than me will work on that. But I can not only am I open to it, I can commit to it officially here.
All right, and last question is, when can we anticipate the vehicle being with your office?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Chaparro, I don't know. That's the thing about these projects. I'm hoping that once it gets approved, I will tell you, and forgive me my aside, once we had secured the funding for our warehouse, we had it built, and I say we, but I mean collectively, facilities was amazing, IT was amazing, in a year. That is unheard of. It is a $4 million build, and when you look at the capital outlay that has been given to Doña County, there's a lot of unspent money because the details have to be followed up on every single day. And if nothing else, we are good at following up. So I'm hoping in the next 6 months, I can have not only the mobile voting unit or the multi-use unit, but also it has to be customized specifically for our use, as well as wrapped with county logos, et cetera. But I would be really excited if we were to be able to secure it before the general. That's ambitious.
Thank you, Dr. Askin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Thank you, Dr. Askin. Are there any other questions? Or?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, please, Commissioner Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Can I ask you about ballot stuffing and how will you keep it secure so that somebody doesn't just show up with a bunch of absentee ballots and turn them in?
So we have not determined that that will be a place necessarily that ballots will be, mail-in ballots will be accepted. I'm assuming it would. But what I would say is we have 9 drop boxes across the county. They are more secure than the post office drop boxes in that they are monitored by video surveillance during election time. There's sensors on them. There's seals that have to be verified on the opening and the closing. There's a counting of each of those ballots as they move in. The idea that there's ballot stuffing, frankly, that just doesn't happen. And if it does, it should be reported to us immediately and investigated. And if there's any person we could identify that's doing anything nefarious connected to elections, we will work as hard as anybody to get them accountable for it. So I don't think that would be an issue, but I think just like anyone who runs elections across the country, we're prepared for that. And the video monitoring at the drop boxes is really helpful. And I suspect we may try to outfit this as well. We do have extra cameras. And so that is kind of the goal. But I think that's just a general question. Right? It's just a general question.
There are rumors of that in the county.
Well, yes, Chair Sanchez, Commissioner, there are always going to be doubters about elections, and that's why I'm always proud to say that nationally we're not ranked high in much, but MIT has ranked us #1 in election administration because we have implemented all of the best practices. And you can balance access with security, and New Mexico has managed to do that. And so what I would say is I'm more against voter fraud than anybody because I am responsible for this process. And so I will take on those rumors, address the misinformation, and some of it is malinformation, which rises to the level of they want to actually obscure the truth and what is actually going on by giving malinformation, which plants seeds of doubt in people. And so we do everything we can to dispel those, including answering questions from constituents, showing our calm step-by-step processes of mail-in, cooperating and coordinating with the media to give general information to the public. But as the second most populous county in New Mexico, as well as one that has arguably the most contentious elections with the most litigation and the most scrutiny, I am proud to say that we have nothing to hide, and that's why we have so many processes in law that are embedded in having the public participate, watch, show up, and we will always continue to encourage that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question.
Yes, Commissioner.
Madam Clerk, I just have a question. Are you going to staff this every single election as a voting location with the precinct judge and all that, or is it just on case-by-case basis of when it's needed?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez. So the best thing about my job and the worst thing about my job is that it's all statutorily guided. So election law changes every legislative session, and so depending on how we are allowed to do that with law, we'll make that decision at the time. I don't know if embedded in law currently, if there is a mobile voting unit option. We're going to work with Bernalillo County to see how they've done it and go from there. And, you know, we do have voting locations varied across the county, and any feedback about where there could be more or additional or if we're lacking, we're always open to as well. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gameros, did you have any questions? Or Vice Chair Gameros, I apologize.
That's fine. No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to, just an idea, because I had this vision pop up when Commissioner Shelter Hernandez was asking about who all would be, you know, would you have the precinct judge and everything? I think it'd make for an amazing podcast where you could take a ride in that. And I think, you know, even then, I think it almost, you know, just having all the people that go into making a voting location secure, think it'd be kind of funny to have conversations in the RV kind of thing. But anyway, sorry. I just had this. If you saw a smile, that was what was popping into my head.
Yeah, I saw
of
the
like,
smoke coming out. If I may, Chair Sanchez, what I would say is thank you again for giving me the opportunity to promote our podcast. We've gotten quite a following, and some of the things we focus on are the history of Doña County, and we talk to even family members that still, you know, the Braquero program, you know, South Stallman Farms. We've had family members that come in. We have the documents the original documents, and that has actually been very emotional for some of our residents to see documents that have their grandparents' name on them and see their roots in our county. But we also do a lot of voter education. We do what is a mail-in ballot? What are the layers and what are the checks and balances that go into that? Is there voter ID in New Mexico? All of these really high-profile questions that come up. And so I would say, yes, we would love to do a podcast from the multi-use unit, and I think that's a great idea. But if any of you have not following our YouTube page or our podcast, please do so. We offer a lot of great information. It's not just about elections. It's really the history of Doña County, which is our moniker is specifically preserving history and democracy. We are charged with administering elections as well as maintaining the records of our county. So we marry that into that specific. It's perfect. We are preserving history and democracy. So yes. The answer is yes, Chair Sanchez. Thank you for asking. And thank you all for being very supportive. I mean, sometimes, you know, we have to make decisions funding-wise, but I'm really hoping that this does get approval, move forward. And we could even have, you know, you'd be surprised at how few health care workers participate in elections. because sometimes they work 12-hour shifts. It doesn't necessarily, but we could have a healthcare worker day where we could have a mobile voting unit head to Mountain View, to MMC, to Three Crosses, to give them the opportunity to vote. Each of your districts. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can be creative and engage voters and increase turnout.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Askin.
Thank you.
All right. If there are any other questions, appreciate the conversation and the discussion. With that, I'll ask Brandy if you'll do a roll call vote on agenda item number 1.
Commissioner Shalja Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-29.
Thank you, Brandy. All right. Moving on, we're to our employee recognition portion of our agenda. With that, I'll turn it back over to Assistant County Manager Deb Weir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Would like to welcome everyone today, and we have 4 service recognitions today, all within the Doña Sheriff's Office. I'd like to start with Sergeant Jeremy Anderson with 15 years of service, and I believe he's with us today. If you would give us a wave. No? Okay. And Sergeant Juan Ibarra, also with 15 years of service. Detective Jessica Gonzalez. Detective Jessica Gonzalez, also with 15 years of service. And last but not least, Deputy Justin Duran, 15 years of service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Weir, and thank you to all those members of DASO for coming out and recognizing those years of service for their team members. All right, we're moving on to employee special recognition. We'll turn that over to our HR department. I don't know, I don't know if this is Ms. Zuniga or Ms. Hain? Oh, okay. Welcome up. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners.
And if you wouldn't mind adjusting the
sure.
microphone so we can hear you. There you go.
Is that
Awesome.
better?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Brandon Masters. I'm the Senior HR Administrator with the Talent and Culture Division. So we're pleased today to recognize the January Employee of the Month and Special Recognition Awards. So first off, we have the Internal Customer Service Award. This award is to recognize employees who do an exceptional job assisting other county staff. So for this award, we have Rosalind Lefevre. She's a document technician with Clerk's Office. I'd like to read some of the comments from her nomination and selection. So she was nominated and selected in recognition of her exceptional work ethic, professionalism, and unwavering dedication to the Clerk's Office. Rosalind consistently goes above and beyond the expectations of her role, offering assistance wherever is needed, and ensuring that tasks are completed accurately, efficiently, and on time. She shines specifically in high-pressure situations by remaining calm, focused, and solution-oriented. In addition to her technical skills, Rosalind brings a deep sense of responsibility and pride to her work. Her contributions have a meaningful and lasting impact to her team and to the county. So we congratulate Rosalind.
Chair Sanchez, if I may.
Please, Dr. Askin, please go ahead.
Chair Sanchez, if I may, I'll take a personal point of privilege because Roz is a member of our team. I would just like to say, Rosalind came from a background where she was in management and leadership, and she has shown that in an exceptional way. Elections is detail-oriented and the learning curve is long. And so 3 years in, there's sometimes I would say, I don't understand, I have to figure that out. Rosalind, and I'm very honest about that because it is so intricate, but Rosalind has continued to show quiet, steadfast leadership. She doesn't complain. She is so good in situations that are highly tense. She's just the calm that we need in times of challenges, specifically connected to elections, which can also be a very emotional process. We can count on her. She learned much more quickly than I have, and she is an exceptional addition to our office, and I'm thrilled that she has battled through and continued to stay with us. It's not always easy, but I think it's always worth it, and your commitment to our community is to be commended, so I thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we have the Employee of the Month, the External Customer Service Award. This award is to recognize employees who do an exceptional job assisting external customers who do business with the county. So for January award winner, we have Ciara Garcia. She is a document technician. Ciara has worked extra hard in her department as one of the 2 document technicians, helping serve customers every day with a smile on her face. She has taken on extra work in other parts of the office to help other staff, and she exemplifies true teamwork. She consistently goes above and beyond to assist constituents and has helped on multiple occasions to resolve tense situations. So we congratulate Ciara. Okay, and last we have the Employee Special Recognition Award. This award recognizes an employee's exceptional performance, which could either be for a single event or an ongoing basis. This award goes to Juan Vivar. He's from our Information and Technology Department. I don't believe he's here with us today, but to recognize the comments from his nomination, Juan consistently goes above and beyond with his daily tasks. He is always willing to help and share his knowledge. Recently, Juan has been instrumental on key department projects by sharing his extensive knowledge. Juan can always adapt to new tasks and offers to step outside of his comfort zone in order to help the team. So congratulations to Juan. And last, we would just like to thank everybody that participated, and just as a reminder, the employee nominations are available through the El Sol website. So there's a link on there, so we encourage all employees to continue and get those nominations for these awards.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the employees. Okay. We're moving on to our proclamations. We have one, which is to, item number 10, which is proclaim February 23rd through February 27th, 2026 as National Engineers Week in Doña County. Today, we gather to celebrate Engineers Week, a time to recognize the incredible contributions engineers make to our daily lives and to our communities. This national celebration, supported by organizations like El Paso Electric, shines a light, no pun intended, on the people who turn ideas into reality and challenges into solutions. Engineering is all around us. It's on the roads, the bridges that connect our neighborhoods. It's in the clean water that flows from our taps. It's in the electricity that powers our homes, the smartphones that keep us connected, and the medical equipment that saves our lives. From sunrise to sunset, engineering quietly supports nearly every part of our day. But engineering is about more than just structures and systems. It's about people. Engineers solve problems that matter. They design safer buildings, develop sustainable energy solutions, protect our environment, and strengthen our infrastructure. Here in our own community, engineers are working behind the scenes to ensure public safety, improve transportation, enhance communication networks, and build a more resilient future. Their work may not always be visible, but it's the impact that they make that's undeniable. Engineers Week is about inspiration. It's about encouraging young people to explore science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM, as many people know it as. It's about showing students that engineering is not only a rewarding career, it's a powerful way to serve others and to make a difference. And engineering thrives when it reflects the diversity of the communities it serves. and there is a place in this field for everyone with curiosity, creativity, and determination. And one of the things that I love about our institutions, whether that's here at New Mexico State University, DACC, and UTEP as well, is we get to build from our local communities and give our kids their careers and how they continue to grow as people themselves. And I think it's one of the things that I always find, this thing is for me, just as an engineer myself, I always find it, very personal because as a dad of 3 daughters, I love to see the girls and the women enter into the STEM fields and see them representative along with our people of color, our minorities that haven't been traditionally represented in many of our professional fields, and to see so many rising up and stepping into these roles, it's truly inspiring. As we celebrate this week, let us recognize the engineers who help shape our world. Let us thank them for their dedication, innovation, and commitment to public safety. And let us inspire the next generation to imagine boldly, solve fearlessly, and to build wisely. Because when engineers succeed, communities succeed. And when we invest in engineering, we invest in a stronger, safer, and brighter future for all. And with that, I am excited that we are joined by El Paso Electric and the team from there, as well as I do also want to give a shout out to the many engineers that work here at Doña County that do so much for the residents of our communities. Thank you all for your efforts. Thank you all for your contributions, and thank you all for inspiring the next generations to follow. So I'd like to welcome you up before we read the proclamation and say a few words if you'd like. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself as well, please.
Sure thing. David Suarez. I'm the supervisor for the distribution systems design for Las Cruces and El Paso, Texas. Yeah, just going into, it's a very rewarding career being in the engineering field. You get to know a lot of people. You get to talk to a lot of customers. It's very rewarding to go out there and talk to them and see how much they appreciate you being out there, see the impact that you do in the community, get to see in our field the distribution lines that you see around the streets. Some people might not like it, they might like it underground, but we take pride in what we do, and we appreciate it always, all the help that we get from the county. I know sometimes we have to work together, but it's always a really good relationship that we have. And yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Omar Carrera. I'm a distribution systems design engineer, and I just wanted to say thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you.
Very proud of what we do. Thanks.
Hi, thank you for everything. My name is Giovanna Núñez, and I'm a distribution systems engineer with my co-workers.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Oh,
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners. My name is Carmen Mayorga. I work in the Corporate Communications Department with El Paso Electric as a community engagement specialist. And I want to congratulate as well the engineers with the City of Las Cruces. Hats off to them. And as well as, to my colleagues here standing behind me, we have more than, and you'll probably read this in the proclamation, more than 400 engineers. And so thank you so very much for this time.
Thank you so much. And I don't know, Ms. Weir, do we have the proclamation by chance? I'm sorry.
I thought they had given it to you, so let me track that
did
down if
not
you'd like
yet,
to read
so
it.
I will apologize. If you give me a second, I will read the proclamation.
Chair Sanchez, if I may.
Yes.
Just to reiterate, my colleagues, which university did you attend? New Mexico State University? UTEP? Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. So as you can see, going back to what you were saying, Chair Sanchez, it's that diversity that we have at El Paso Electric.
Thank you so much.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, while you're looking for that, 'cause I know you're scrolling very,
Yeah.
very quickly. Thank you so much, El Paso Electric, for being here to receive this proclamation. I'm very happy to see such young faces. And was also at New Mexico State y comencé mi carrera como ingeniería civil en esa rama. Pero después de 3 años nos separamos y me fui a otra rama. Pero gracias por el trabajo excelente el cual está desempeñando en nuestra comunidad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Okay, with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas February 23rd to 27, 2026 is recognized as National Engineers Week, a time to honor engineers of all disciplines whose creativity, technical expertise, and problem-solving advance innovation, strengthen critical infrastructure, and inspire a diverse and well-prepared future engineering workforce. And whereas El Paso Electric employs more than 1,100 professionals, including over 150 engineers representing environmental, electrical, mechanical, and civil disciplines, whose work supports the safe and reliable delivery of electricity to more than 460,000 customers across a diverse multi-state region. And whereas working in close collaboration with field crews, operation teams, and community partners, El Paso Electric engineers lead efforts to modernize the electric grid, enable electrification, integrate renewable and emerging energy technologies, strengthen system resilience, and responsibly prepare the region's infrastructure for future growth and innovation. And whereas Doña County's engineering department provides vital in-house professional support for road construction, surveying, traffic control, and a wide range of infrastructure projects that keep our community connected, safe, and moving forward. And whereas the county's engineering staff plays a critical role in reviewing development plans, supporting the Department of Roads and Planning, and helping guide thoughtful, well-managed growth that benefits residents, businesses, and visitors alike. And whereas engineers across Doña County serve as leaders, mentors, and innovators, applying their technical knowledge to improve quality of life, support economic development, protect the environment, and inspire future generations to pursue careers in engineering and technology. Now, therefore, I, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim February 23rd through February 27th as National Engineers Week in Doña County, proudly proclaimed this 24th day of February 2026. And I know I think we've got the proclamation here, so we can, yeah, we can do that. Thank you so much. So then, if you'll join me, we'll take a quick picture with the commissioners and the team.
You guys want to get closer? All right. Yeah, right there, perfect. You don't have to be an engineer. Yes, I do. Let's get one with you in there.
All right, thank you for El Paso Electric. Thank you to our engineers here with Doña County as well for that. I did want to note before we move on that one item that we traditionally have a proclamation for that we missed, and I will apologize that we missed this on our agenda, was we generally have a proclamation to recognize Black History Month. And I know, you know, we try to make sure that we recognize the communities here in Doña County that have made contributions. And I did want to recognize that, even though I know there's not a proclamation, just want to say thank you and recognize for our community. There are events, I believe, that have been ongoing with NMSU to learn more. And please understand at least the contributions that we see from the Black people throughout our history that have contributed to our community and to our nation and society as a whole. But just wanted to make a quick recognition that was something that we did miss, but wanted to at least recognize that. With that, the next item of business is public input. I'd like to invite members of the public to come up and speak. They'll have 3 minutes to provide public input. We ask that when you do come up, if you are here to speak on a specific agenda item, we wait until that agenda item is up for discussion. If you do come up, please announce your name. When you're done with your 3 minutes, you can. We'd ask that you sign our record book that'll be on the table to your left. That way we have it for the record. And so with that, I'd like to invite members of the public for public input. Hi, yeah, please. Good morning.
Morning. So, initially I came here with a lot of anger in my heart with your approval for Project Jupiter and not really having a public meeting to have us discuss this and how it'll harm our community and our environment. But I realized my anger is mostly because I love New Mexico. I love the expansive nature that I've been able to see here, the vibrant culture that I've got to experience, and the welcome community that I've gotten to enjoy. I could see why it's called the land of enchantment, but as an ecologist, I also see how climate change and mismanagement of our lands have brought harm to the people and the environment here. I notice increased sandstorms, longer, hotter months, and every year the loss of more and more water, even now with the mountains up in Colorado, the same mountains that feed the Rio Grande being 50% less snowpack than there is normally. I believe Project Jupiter will only set to increase this with consuming millions of gallons of water, pumping twice as much CO2 as all the New Mexico power plants combined, and polluting our air with nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide. I like to imagine a horizon where the Rio Grande flows year-round again, and then people enjoy not only the land that we live in, but also taking care of her. That is why I would like to demand that you give us our right by the New Mexico Opening Meetings Act to voice our truth, because we're better than this, and I believe that you guys are better than this too.
Thank you. And sir, I'm sorry, sir, excuse me. If you were quick, if you wouldn't mind repeating your name, the Commissioner Chaparro was just wanting to.
Aaron Schulte.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind filling out the book there on your left. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Nice to see you all again. Okay, so this is, I gotta go quick.
And your name?
My name's Nisha McCanowitz.
Thank you.
This was Senator Cervantes at the SB 235 Microgrid Oversight Act hearing on February 10th, 2025. I'm quoting him. And this is about Project Jupiter. A worthy project can withstand oversight. A worthy project can withstand scrutiny. And a very, very candidly, this project has endeavored to avoid oversight and scrutiny. He goes on to talk about the microgrid. Likewise, at the county level, my good colleagues, you guys, I'm saying that, and I have respect for the county, but they were in way over their heads. and it was done in a matter of days and hours and weeks. I have very good friends on the commission. Particularly, I have a very good friend on the commission who was very clear that there was no genuine presentation to the county. Santa Fe was dictating the county to do what it did, and the county very dutifully did as they were told. And they marched even though the documents were not completed and the budget was haphazardly presented. And again, no oversight to present this with genuine oversight and scrutiny. And all the experience that I've had with many of my colleagues here and with business people as well too, a good genuine project is going to last years and generally create jobs and economic growth and will withstand scrutiny always and never needs to be rushed and done in the dark of the night. This is me speaking. This is your senator, our senator speaking on you guys about how Project Jupiter went down. I hope it creates jobs and economic opportunity for the district, but it bears saying that the district that we're putting this in is a district that has a largely Mexican-American immigrant population that I'm proud to represent, and I need to be their champion. And they don't have access to media. They don't have access to the same economic resources. They don't have access to lobbyists who are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to be here. They have me, Senator Cervantes, and they have Senator Hamlin, and they have Senator Steinborn, and quote, they also have Susana Chaparro, not you guys. Quoting again. And we're paid nothing and will require the oversight and will require the scrutiny. It's inconceivable to me that in all those last several years that I've worked with so many of you in New Mexico, a forefront and champion of the environment will all be undone by this, by one stroke of the pen. I don't understand how that could have possibly happened. I gotta speed up. There is so much that is underhanded and shady in this deal. I really do hope that the promoters and the developers of this project are not really complicit in that. I really hope that they are being misled by the state and telling them that this is how you are gonna make this happen. Here's how we're gonna get the legislator to do this in the dark of the night, and here's how we're gonna jam this through the session. Here's how we're gonna get your water rights. I wish I had more time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Patricia Lunn. Manny Sanchez, I want to take a moment to shout out an article you shared on Facebook about Oracle's investment in Project Jupiter being constructed now in Doña County. The article touts big surprise, more job investment in the region, and that this data center could expand its operations because of this investment. Manny Sanchez, I need to call attention to this willful misrepresentation of your legacy on this council, having voted with 3 of your colleagues to approve taxpayer funding for Project Jupiter. What this represents is a legacy of continual consolidation of information and power in the hands of billionaires. Billionaires like Larry Ellison, CEO of Oracle, and professional Trump bootlicker. Project Jupiter reps failed to mention this name when they went on their phony business pitch tour throughout the county, despite the fact that back in September 2025, residents showed out to these meetings in numbers, attempting to shout out the venture capitalist vultures from descending on our precious desert home. The deal had already been struck. What happens, though, when enough residents die, get sick, or fall into economic destitution that voters realize that this rhetorical exaltation of economic development was merely a lie to sell Doña County off to tech billionaires? What happens to you personally, Sanchez, Gameros, Shaljo, and absentee Reynolds? You surely expect to retire when the residents you sold begin to die early of cancer and asthma, from air and water pollution, and suffer from innumerable other autoimmune disorders? Your proud projections of the acres-wide supercomputer designed to steal, hoard, and learn from our personal information is reflective of the surveillance development necessary for the fascist tech takeover our country is experiencing. Therefore, you are fascists. And you sit here making hollow speeches about togetherness and community in the face of ICE kidnappings and public executions, as if you have any degree of separation from these billionaires with blood on their hands and the violent law enforcement entities that they wield for control, as if you could have any idea what it means to live in community. With your neighbor who can't drive herself to doctor's appointments, with neighbors who live in a swamp cooler apartment through record-breaking summer heat, as if your futures are tied anyway to ours. Commissioners, you do have blood on your hands for having penned the legislation to make this death and environmental degradation possible. People's histories and futures are tied intrinsically to this land, and we know that when this land becomes unlivable, because except on some six-figure salary, some fantasy, like so many other developed cities in this country, that you will have absconded safely in retirement with your families to higher ground, just as the disgraced former Commissioner Reynolds already has. And once again, I don't get the pleasure of looking one of you in the face for having voted for this environmental disaster. Thank you again so much for your disgraceful citing of historical destruction of this region.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Julia Nelson, and I am here to give a public comment on Project Jupiter. I'm going to speak with my area of knowledge and expertise, which is in conservation and forest management. I'm a researcher in the field of forest conservation, and I'm currently obtaining a graduate degree in conservation ecology here at New Mexico State. Our forests in New Mexico are incredibly unhealthy. Centuries of fire suppression and land mismanagement paired with climatic pressures have turned our landscapes into matchboxes. We have logged our large trees and suppressed low-intensity fires, and now our forests are comprised of dense stands of small-diameter trees made of mixed conifer ponderosa pine that, although are fire-adapted, cannot withstand even these combined pressures. Our fire season is growing, no longer confined to the summer, with fires creeping earlier into the spring and later into the fall. A season doesn't even exist. There's high risk even through the winter. The largest fire in New Mexico history occurred in 2022 in Mora and San Miguel County, and the people there are still impacted daily. Some lost their homes, many have contaminated well water. Project Jupiter is going to heavily impact Doña County with emissions of nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and ammonia emissions, and heavy water use, with not just one, but two huge polluting utility-scale microgrids. These microgrids are split into two to skirt emission regulations. Statewide, we will be suffering the consequences of this project through doubling our state's emissions. You sold out our county and state to out-of-state interests. The benefits will be experienced by a few people in Austin, Texas, and the consequences will be felt by the county and the entire state, especially the most vulnerable. Project Jupiter was snuck past the public and approved using dishonest and shady practices. This project has gained attention and concern statewide, evidenced by the Microgrid Oversight Act that was approved through the Senate but did not have time to be heard by the close of this year's legislative session. If you believe in the benefits of Project Jupiter for economic and social growth, then open up this project for public comment. We demand an opportunity for the public to voice their concerns on this project that will not only shape the county, but will impact emissions nationwide. I hope every time you hear of a wildfire in our state, or see or smell smoke in the air, or hear of flooding in Las Vegas or Ruidoso caused by post-fire impacts, you think about how you have played a role in supporting this project. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Zach Egan, and I'm also here to speak on Project Jupiter. It's hard to say anything that hasn't already been said. And back when this project was announced, we were coming up and telling you, hey, you cannot trust big corporate interest. They're going to come in and they're going to find every loophole they can, and they're going to exploit every loophole they can. And now what's happening? They're building these two microgrid power generators that are going to produce just as much, if not more, pollution than the entire state of New Mexico. And that's going to be right here, 40 miles away. And when they submitted for the approval of getting these things done, the allowable amount of pollutants, they had it in the decimal points below the threshold. To, again, combined, these two things are going to put out so much pollution. And we told you guys this was going to happen. We told you that they were going to exploit every loophole possible, and we were disregarded. And then you also signed unfinished documents. You allowed loopholes in the legal documents for them to exploit. And now we have to deal with the consequences of that. So one of my big questions to you is, what are you going to do to clean this up? Because I know some of you are also looking to go towards higher offices. Some of you are looking to run for higher positions in the state. If you can't take care of this at the county level, how can we trust you with state level policy? How can we trust you even right here, right now, to have our best interests at heart? And I'm sure that a lot of you, or at least some of you, went into this with the thought of economic development and wanting to help people in Doña County. I get that. We are a pretty poor county. We do need economic development. We do need financial growth in this area. We need a reason for our young people to stay. But Project Jupiter wasn't it. Y'all ate from the apple that was proffered to you. And now we have to deal with the consequences of that. So again, my big question to you all is, what are you going to do to fix this? What are you going to do to right the wrongs that have happened? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello. My name is Sierra Edmister. I'm also going to be speaking on Project Jupiter. I just wanted to finish a couple of the things that I think, was heading in this direction with one of my fellow community members, which again is just echoing what you've heard time and time again. But this is a huge energy polluter that will exceed all of PNM by a factor of 2. And carbon emissions for the city of Las Cruces and Albuquerque all combined. What does this tell the people in El Paso, our neighbors there? What does this tell everyone else? It tells them not in my backyard. And quite simply, as I've told many of you all here, if this project was proposed in Santa Fe, there would be people recalled in a matter of hours. If this project was proposed in Albuquerque, there would be people recalled in a matter of hours. They're taking advantage of commissioners who are uninformed and ill-prepared for the task ahead of them in a community that doesn't have champions except for a few of us who are going to fight it pretty hard. Speaking of these champions, yeah, I'm just a community member here. I've lived in New Mexico my whole life. My house that I grew up in burned down in Ruidoso, and multiple family members' houses have been ruined by fires and floods and natural disasters. And so yeah, living here my whole life and growing up and going to school as a little kid and hearing these stories about the potential climate disasters that can happen, and then it eventually happening to my own home. I think that we are in a time in the world where I think personally we should just make good decisions for the earth, because it's the earth that we live on. But I may be a little too hippy-dippy for a lot of people in that regard. So for our own self-interest, we are getting to the time in the world now where we are going to pay us, or maybe your children. It baffles me that people that are involved in Project Jupiter that have children that live in New Mexico would ever vote for something like this. It's disgusting, unless you're hoping that your children leave New Mexico. Unless you hope your children are gonna be someone that happens to leave the world, because this is gonna happen everywhere if we keep letting companies like this come in and take advantage of us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me adjust that a little bit. Chairman Sanchez, Commissioners, my name is James Holman, and I'm with the Battalion Search and Rescue. On Sunday, we emailed your offices 13 reports referencing 8 separate sites containing found and reported human remains. 2 of those were new discoveries made this past weekend. 6 are previously reported sites that remain either completely unvisited or incompletely recovered. One of those dates back to this past December when we were searching with about 15 Jesuit clergy. Some of these sites have now been deteriorating for over 20 months. Clothing, personal belongings, and bone material are permanently disappearing. Since the fall of 2023, battalion volunteers have located more than 90 sites in Arizona and New Mexico, over 40 here in Doña County. We consistently provide thorough documentation, including GPS coordinates, photographs, and detailed site descriptions. There has been no structural change in county or state response. These are not prehistoric remains. These are not planted. These are modern human beings. When sites go unvisited, unprocessed, or partially processed, evidence is lost. Identification becomes less likely. Families lose the possibility of answers. We are placing these reports into the public record today. We are asking the Commission to ensure that proper recovery and documentation procedures are being followed, and that previously reported sites are reviewed. This situation is ongoing, it is documented, and it is preventable. Copies of the reports will be provided to the clerk, Dr. Lopez-Askin, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Leslie Woods, and I want to bring us back to the last meeting. In the last meeting, Mr. Mark Keith accused Jim Hurst of being deceptive when he said that Christianity is in decline and the nuns were growing. Veith asserts that Christianity is growing with the nuns declining. I wish to address that based on facts from the highly respected Pew Research Religious Landscape Study, February 2025, found at pewresearch.org. In 2007, 78% of Americans identified as Christians. In 2019, 63% of Americans, and a 20% drop in 12 years pre-pandemic. In 2024, it held steady at 63%. That is attributed to the increase in the Hispanic community. The steep decline has leveled off. The study shows for the nuns in 2007, 16% of the studies identified as nuns, no affiliation. That refers to no affiliation with the nuns. Americans identified as nuns. In 2022, 30% identified as nuns, and that's basically it's doubled. In 2024, it dropped to 28%. So in these years, Christianity declined by about 24%, while in the same time, some of the factors that are the younger the person is more likely to identify as a nun. Older Christians are still identifying. If any of the group is declining, it's the Christians. The study shows that the religious divide is not over what religion, but between those who have a religion and those that do not. What religion, but between those who have and those who do not, what religion is, got a little messed up here. Religion, but between those, Jim was not being deceptive. Jim was reporting what is true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but no one is entitled to their own facts. At the last commission meeting, Mark Veith accused me of being deceptive. I want to answer that accusation. Mark said I was deceptive in two ways. One, that the nuns were increasing and that Christianity was declining. That assertion is true, not false. Two, that the United States was not founded on Christianity, and that the United States was not founded on Christianity as Christians define a Christian nation. The facts from the Pew Research show clearly that the demographic trends put Christianity on a negative trajectory and the nuns on a positive trajectory. Accusation 1 is false. Now I'll speak to accusation 2. Mark is a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. When they say that the USA is a Christian nation, they mean more than Christianity is the prominent religion in the USA, both at its founding and today. He and the other Christian nationalists believe that the USA should be governed according to Christian principles, and among other things, that government meetings like this one should include prayer. Mark does not recognize that Adams, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, that's our four of our first 5 presidents, were deists. Of course, Franklin was also a deist. Deists reject many Christian beliefs, including the belief that Jesus was the Son of God made flesh. They do not regard themselves as Christians, nor were they regarded as Christians in their day. Mark did a lot of misleading quote mining, and time does not allow me to address those things. But regardless of the religious beliefs of individual founders, they founded the first secular modern government in the Western world. The government envisioned by Jefferson, a deist, in the Declaration of Independence rejected the divine right of kings, asserted the natural rights of men, asserted the equality of men, and maintained that the rights of people to create and destroy governments. No such principles are found in the Bible. No one can maintain truthfully that such a government was Christian in the eyes of 18th century Christendom. Mark also presumes that Christians oppose separation of church and state. That is not true. Christians supported separation of church and state. That's why we got it. That's why the Constitution was ratified. It could not have been without Christian support.
Commissioners, don't forget to sign our, I don't know if you already signed the book or not, but is there any other public input? All right. Thank you all for providing that input this morning. We're on to commission input. Commissioners, do you have any input at this time? Vice Chair Gameros, did you have any input?
Hi, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to say welcome to the dais, Commissioner Kimball. And, it's great having you here for the first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
I just wanted to say 2 things. I wanted to say thank you to county staff for putting on the awesome kind of community meetings that we've had over the last month or so. I know that they're launching a online version of that meeting pretty soon, so I'm really excited about that. I'm really excited to dig into the information that was provided about recreation, indoor and outdoor, and what the communities are needing as far as it goes with the Go Bond. I think that's really exciting. So I just want to give a huge shout out to everyone that was putting those meetings on. I know that they're not here today, but thank you for those that did that. And then also I do want to give a huge shout out to Commissioner Kimball as well. I'm very excited to be sitting on the dais with you. I know that your interests align, especially with mental health and behavioral health, with a lot of people up here. So I'm really excited to have your expertise on the commission. And I am excited because I kind of met you during our CTC little meetings, and I respect you and I'm excited to serve with you. So congratulations again. And you'll learn very quickly that the county staff is here to help you with anything that you need. They are some of the most fantastic, loving people that you'll ever meet, and they all have the betterment of our community at heart. So I'm excited to watch you grow in that. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez. I want to piggyback a little bit on what you just said. I know so for those that are interested in the Parks and Rec Master Plan, there was an email out. If you happen to be on the Doña County distribution list, you may have already received the email about the online session that's coming up. It's going to be on next week, Tuesday, March 3rd at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be held via Zoom, and there is a link. If you need more information, please reach out to the county, or you can also go, there is a website set up for the master plan. It is DAC Parks Rec MP. So all one word together, DACPARKSRECMP.com. So you can find all the information for our upcoming sessions. I know in my district, I know we have, starting tomorrow, we're doing our next round of meetings. So there'll be folks from Site Southwest, and the county team will be at the Placitas Community Center, just right next to Hatch, tomorrow during senior meals from 11 to 12, as well as 1 to 3 in Rincon Community Center, where they'll be joining people there for the crafts events that are going to be going on. There's also on Thursday, the Village of Hatch Coalition meeting. So I know there's a Village of Hatch Coalition that has their standing meetings on Thursdays at 1. They will be at that meeting on Thursday. So I'd like to hold, or invite everybody out for that. I was able to attend the one that we had for Radium Springs, and appreciated those members of the community coming out to just discuss, what is existing in our communities, what they would like to see, even changes in what we already have or are offering. So appreciated the discussions. Along with that, Friday the 13th, I attended the grand opening of the Elks Multi-Use Trail. It was the grand opening of the extension in front of Columbia Elementary that was done in conjunction with Las Cruces Public Schools, who were able to get grant funding to extend the Elks Trail in front of Columbia Elementary. It was really exciting. It was not the best day of weather, but we still had, I think the final numbers was close to 100 people coming out and walking and biking. Scooters were there. They went down from Columbia Elementary north on the multi-use trail to Doña Elementary, all the way to our flood control pond in the Parque Alegre de Doña. It was a 2-mile up and 2-mile back course. But I want to say thank you to LCPS. Thank you to the Safe Routes to School team, and especially our community development team, who's been a critical part of the paths, the planning of these paths, and continue to be advocates for more parks or paths and trails in our community. I want to say thank you for participating in that. We also had some other organizations, including the City of Las Cruces, the Doña Village Association. I think I saw FYI. I think I thought FYI Plus was also there. But just an amazing event, and to have so many people out on a day that it was drizzling, it was amazing. So I hope we get to see more of those events in the county to really highlight the infrastructure that we've really been putting into our communities. In my district, I've seen that in Chaparral. We've been working on multi-use trails there. I really want the community to be able to see the investment that we have been making in our community. So thank you for that. And then I think that's it. But
I have something else to add, Mr. Chair.
Please.
No, I just wanted to, oh, there she is. I'm so glad you're back. I was actually really sad, and then you just appeared. I just wanted to give the OEM team a huge shout out. My La Mesa ladies were so excited for Save a Life Saturday. Honestly, they love the programs that the county is bringing to the La Mesa Community Center. They totally have just adopted that as a community hub, and they are so grateful that you all brought that to the community. Amanda, I don't remember if we told you this, but when we did Save a Life Saturday last year, a community member in La Mesa actually saved her husband's life from the CPR training that she got at Save a Life Saturday, and was able to perform CPR on her husband until the La Mesa fire station actually arrived to take over. So really exciting. I mean, we should actually get them to be like spokespeople for Save a Life Saturday, because honestly, it's the best story that I've heard all year is she was able to use the skills that you all taught her. So I just want to say thank you so much to you and your team. I can't speak highly enough of our OEM team. You all are amazing. You all are rock stars. Every single day you are out there in the community doing the work, and I just want to say thank you. But I also just wanted to give my La Mesa ladies a shout out because they were so excited to have you guys. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Chaparro, we're on commission input, so I want to give you an opportunity to jump in if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd just like to thank the people from Butterfield, although it is Commissioner Kimball's district, but Commissioner Kimball, welcome aboard. I'm very happy that you're joining us. And we didn't socialize much before you joined, but I look forward to getting to know you better. But anyway, we had a meeting in Butterfield, and they have las señoras que se juntan todos los días para comer. Entonces, saludos a las señoras de ese centro comunitario allá en Butterfield. I promised Commissioner Kimball that I would take her up there and introduce her. There's a group of about 50 women that gather almost every day, grandmothers that take their children out and play and take care of them. And I also found out that the Boys and Girls Club has an after-school program there from 2:30 to 5:30, and there's 25 kids signed up.
Oh, wow.
But only 2 of them can attend because of lack of transportation, and I think it's up to this commission to furnish transportation or work with the school district in order to get these kids the help that they can get to be successful with their learning. If we have a community center and we're not servicing our community, then we need to address that. So once, and I think I spoke to Deb about this, but once Scott comes back, I'd like to really sit down with Commissioner Kimball and those constituents and see what we can do about that. Another thing I'd like to mention, is Mike Garza here? I don't see him. I was out in my community addressing several concerns that our constituents have, and quite frankly, I was shocked, fellow commissioners. I was there yesterday, and Mike Garza carved out about 2.5 hours for me. I didn't get to finish the entire tour because it was 5:30, and he needed to get home to his children. But I was shocked by the condition of the roads up there. They're standing ponds. I was on Nevares Road. There's a disabled child that can't get to school because the school bus has a hard time getting through there when it rains or when it's really dusty. We have people that are not able to get out of their homes because they're elderly and they're on oxygen, and so their medical supplies are not being able to be delivered to them. So to County Manager Stephen Lopez, I'd like to sit down and look over some of those roads. They're impassable sometimes, and for children not to be able to get to school is unacceptable to this commissioner. So I'd like to work on that, but I'd like to thank Mike Garza and the Flood Commission. They had contour maps ready for me. They had a travel route ready for me. They did an outstanding job. And then the institutional knowledge that this commission has, this Flood Commission, is incredible. I was amazed and so thankful for their time, their explanation, the tour they gave me, and I plan on doing 2 more in that area. And another note, I was in Santa Fe meeting with several people. I met a gentleman from Oracle whose name I don't recall right now. It slipped. I gave him my card. I asked for him to call me so we could discuss the project for Project Jupiter. I'm still waiting for a call, sir. You have my number. You also have my personal number, so please reach out to me. Again, thank you to Mike Garza, and thank you a las señoras from Butterfield. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I did have one request now that I remember of county staff, and it's just maybe for an offline update. I know we had previous meetings with to discuss the Hacienda de Camino Real, the hot springs in Radium Springs. I just wanted to see if we might be able to schedule some time to have an update and see where we stand on that, and try to see where, what potential solutions there may be, or at least what the next path forward is for that business owner, so that way they clearly understand what, what's remaining to meet our standards to be able to open out there. But I just was thinking about that, and I just wanted to make note of that.
Mr. Chair, I have one other thing. Yeah. Deb, I feel like, unfortunately, you on the dais has got us all chatty today. I found out from Melissa that we were able to secure transportation for our youth commission through SCRTD. So I just wanted to put that out there, that's really exciting that we're able to kind of get that program up and going. So in line with what Commissioner Chaparro was saying, maybe there's an avenue there that we can connect Commissioner Chaparro with, is it David, right? Yep, David, and see if there's some cross collaboration there possible. But very exciting on the Youth Commission, just getting that ironed out. So thank you, Melissa, for getting that done.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
And I'll just say, I think we can probably schedule for, maybe at a future agenda item, we can discuss a little bit more, but I think there is some potential, I think, as we're trying to talk about, we're talking our Parks and Rec Master Plan and building out a Parks and Rec division. I think the transportation piece is a big piece of it. I know that's not the only thing you were addressing with the roads out there, but, I do think, there might be that potential as we try to connect people with the services we have. I think it's an important discussion that we need to have. So thank you so much for bringing that up, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention that there is a District 4 community meeting Thursday at 4201 North Rice Drive. That's Sonoma Elementary School. From 5:30 to 7:30 hay una reunión comunitaria en la escuela primaria Sonoma Elementary School, la cual está ubicada en el 4201 North Rice. La reunión es de las 5:30 hasta las 7:30 y hay que hablar de la recreo en esta área, los parques, los centros comunitarios. Es un plan principal para este condado. So what this is a community meeting regarding parks, recreation, community centers. And so we're going to have free dinner. I don't know what the free dinner is. It may just be peanuts. I'm not sure. But maybe somebody can join in on that. But we're going to have interpreters, vamos a tener intérpretes. And so I'm inviting everyone in my district to come over and give us your ideas. Platiquen con nosotros de sus necesidades, lo que necesitan en nuestra comunidad. And also, Mayor Pro Tem John Munoz will also be joining us because from this point forward, he and I will be working closely. We have a district in common, and if we can address issues between the city and the county in one fell swoop, I think that's going to work very well. So please come join us. That's Thursday from 5:30 to 7:30 at Sonoma Elementary School. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And I will say, so we had dinner at Radium Springs. And so I'll say the Site Southwest team did an excellent job of trying to do their research. And they had actually gotten a local business. I think unfortunately, it was a food truck that they have in Radium Springs, but they weren't open. They had to go to Hatch to get the food, but they are trying to find, local small businesses to order from. And so we had red and green enchiladas, beans, rice. It was a good meal. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully they'll have the same performance at yours, and the people will enjoy the meal. I did want to add one more along with that. There is one more meeting that'll be down in Vice Chair Gameros's district on Thursday, February 26th, from 10 to 12 p.m., 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. during the day at the Gadsden Independent School District. It's going to be at the high school, so I know they'll be going on there, but just wanted to let people know that there is that meeting in that district as well. So we are trying to hit that. Okay. And yeah. Mr. Kimball, I don't know at this point, I don't know if you want to chime in one last chance or?
I just want to say thank you to everybody for the warm welcome. And you're right, Commissioner Saldro Hernandez, the county employees have been so helpful. They're really, there hasn't been a no in anything I've asked for so far, and it's been really great. And I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro, for watching over part of my district when it's been a little bit neglected. And I promise to listen to you. If you call me about an issue, I promise to listen, and I'm here for you. And I'm studying up on the parks as well, and looking to see what needs to happen in Chaparral and Butterfield. I know Butterfield needs some love. And so I'm here to work on all of that, although I'm just learning and I don't know the answers yet. But I'm pleased to be here, and I'm glad to be here with all the people up here on the dais. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're on to county elected officials input. Dr. Askin? No?
Chair Sanchez, commissioners, I feel like I've probably talked too much this meeting, maybe more so than any other. But I do want to highlight that filing day is approaching. Specifically, it is on, I'm looking at my calendar that my amazing team always provides. It's March 10th. And so expect that to be what we like to view as a celebration. Anytime you step up to run for public office, it should be celebrated. And we try to do that as much as we can. We try to have a festive environment in our hallway. So do expect a lot of traffic, balloons, and congratulations to folks on that day. If anyone is considering running, I would highly suggest you head over to our website, and the Secretary of State's office also has a guide for candidates. So, and I will echo what I think all of us are really fortunate to have Commissioner Kimball as an aside. I've known her for many years and worked alongside her, so it's not a coincidence we're literally right next to each other right now. So welcome to her, and I know that she will jump right in, as she probably already has. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Askin. We have our wonderful assessor. Give you time to come on up. Good morning. Thanks for hanging with us. I know we had a lot to say during commission input, so thank you for being patient with us.
Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gomeros. Congratulations and welcome, Commissioner Kimball. Good morning, Commissioner Chaparro and Shelter Hernandez. Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County. Wanted to thank Commissioner Chaparro, first of all, for actually asking Dr. Askins if she'd be willing to share her mobile multi-purpose unit. Should the occasion arise, the assessor's office would love to take advantage of that. As we are about trying to get information to our customers, they're always asking, how come nobody tells me? Unfortunately, people do have to kind of educate themselves, but whatever we can do to reach out, we'd love to take the opportunity. Also, I know today you had the proclamation for the engineers, and I would like to thank all the engineers for the whole state of New Mexico, but especially to the ones here in our county. We have an amazing group of people, and I would like to, give a shout out to them. Congratulations for them. Our notice of values, we have gotten an extension request from the Department of Property Tax Division. I had requested an extension. So our notices of value this year will not be mailed out on April 1. It will be May 1. And that just gives us an opportunity to finish up some last minute things so that we can make sure that all property owners are being valued fairly and equitably. Also, state legislation in this 30-day session, we had as an assessor's affiliate, HB 285, which was a veterans bill. And that was actually just to clear up the language. When the legislation passed last year, the language was not very clear. It actually made the water more muddy. So this actually did make the 30-day session. It did pass the Senate floor 40-0. And as far as I know, as of last Thursday, it was sitting on the governor's desk to be signed. This will actually clarify on the exemptions, because the way that the legislation had originally written it, if there was 2 or more veterans in the household and they were some percentage disability, they were all eligible to use their disability percentage. However, that was not the original intent. So this helped clarify that it'll be the highest if you're a 75% and your wife may be a 65%, it'll be the 75% disability exemption that'll be given. So that was a really lot of hard work on all the assessors throughout the whole state. I, as a fairly new assessor, not new anymore, I'm entering year 4, we have come together and worked on things to actually make things fair and equitable for all the taxpayers of Doña, of the whole state of New Mexico. So just thank you, and once again, thank you, and you all have a nice day.
Thank you, Madam Assessor. All right, I don't see any other county electeds here. All right. All right, staff input. Ms. Weir.
I believe we have staff input from Ms. Jamie Michael today. Apologies, Eric Bransford.
Good morning, Mr. Brentford.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners. Eric Bransford, Doña County's Health and Human Services Department. I am the Outreach and Education Division Manager there. You may have seen a recent social media post recognizing 2 Health and Human Services staff, and I wanted to give some more information about that post. So on February 9th, the Office of Substance Abuse and the New Mexico Healthcare Association presented the Innovation in Prevention and Community Impact Award to Crystal Alfaro and Miguel Ramirez in our Health and Human Services Department. This recognition was for taking a pioneering approach in using creative strategies, technologies, and partnerships to advance prevention. Their dedication to service, empathy for others, and determination to drive meaningful change have had a profound and lasting impact. To give a little bit more information, this recognition was specifically for our prescription drug opioid grant, which is a Narcan distribution and training grant. So they received that award. We are very proud of them and wanted to give them some recognition publicly. Also, I wanted to let you know, for sustaining of this program, since this grant ends September of this year, we have developed Train the Trainer, and last quarter we certified 5 new trainers, and we held 16 trainings throughout the county. And we can also possibly use some opioid settlement funds to provide Narcan to residents once this grant runs out. So although they are not present today, Crystal is actually attending an alcohol and drug training, and Miguel is conducting a Narcan training here at the Government Center. I want to congratulate them again publicly and share this recognition with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the team and everything they do for the community. Thank you, Mr. Bransford. Ms. Weir, is there any other staff input? Okay. All right. All right, we're on commission board report backs. Are there any board report backs? Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended my first meeting of Mavita a couple of weeks ago, and it was lively. It was nice to recognize so many people on the board, and it's just wonderful that we're all going to be working together to further advance our economic development in this county. I know that our Economic Development Director was not in attendance. It was Luce that attended, but maybe in the future she'll be able to make the meetings as well. Denise will be able to make the meetings as well. But it is a very exciting time for Doña County and also the city of Las Cruces, so I look forward to working with that team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair.
Hernandez?
I think we need to get our resolution back on for Commissioner Kimball to get her board assignments. It's not rumors. These are not rumors. They are facts.
Yeah, so, and I agree, Ms. Weir, I don't know if we would be able to have the list of board appointments or the committees sent over to Commissioner Kimball, so that way you have a chance. I think I had talked with her, I think maybe just so that way she had a little time to, I didn't want her to feel like she was necessarily drinking from a fire hose right out the gate, so, but yeah, I think absolutely, that way we can get those over to you and we can have the discussion and update those appointments accordingly. Commissioner Chaparro?
And Mr. Chair, I think the time for selection might be too late. Yes, but we appreciate you.
Yeah, I think I get what's left over.
She can fight us for it. I'm good with that. Some good debate.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez, for bringing that up. I did just have one, which is just with the MPO, the MPO of the Mesilla Valley. We did have a meeting last week. The only things, it was with being the first meeting of the year for the MPO. We don't generally have a meeting in January because of the legislative session, as well as the municipal league meeting, the Association of Counties meeting. So we forego January, and we did meet last month. Last week. However, it was a majority of what we did, other than doing a couple of updates to the transportation improvement plan. Updates to that. It was a very plain meeting. The only thing that we did was approve our annual resolutions like Open Meetings Act, acknowledgement of the Open Meetings Act, and so on. We did have a change in the board chairmanship that ended up moving from, as tradition goes, it was I was the chair serving last year. It now goes to the town of Mesilla. So Mayor Russell Hernandez is now chair of the MPO. Which I know he was surprised to hear about because he was not in attendance. And the vice chair was going to be represented from the city of Las Cruces, and that is Councilor Michael Harris that took over that. So, but we will be, as part of the executive team, we do have representation there as well. But that was about it that happened with the Mesilla Valley MPO. And I know we do have a meeting tomorrow for the South Central Solid Waste Authority. But I think that's about all. And then also there is a meeting that's on Thursday. Tomorrow, I have a meeting for South Central Regional Transit District that I'll have report at the next meeting of. So, all right. Vice Chair Gameros, did you have any report backs?
None at the moment, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 11. It's a presentation for the 2025 Employee Retirement Incentive Program, an update. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Christina Holman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gameros, Commissioners, Christina Holman, Senior HR Administrator for Benefits. I'm here today to present an update on the county's retirement incentive program that had just ended last month. Last year, we had provided multiple options to the board for different incentive payment options. One would be a 3-month incentive payout that would have approximately $1.24 million, a 6-month incentive payout that would have approximately $2.49 million, a 9-month incentive payout with approximately $3.72 million, and a 12-month incentive payout with approximately $4.97 million. The approximate numbers were based on the total number of employees that we had estimated that would be eligible of 66, that would be eligible under para rules. This did not capture any employees that would be eligible based on prior para or ERB service with another agency. Last April, the board approved the retirement incentive to consist of a one-time incentive pay equivalent to 6 months salary based on the employee's pay rate at the time the resolution was approved. In order for employees to be eligible, employees have to meet certain requirements that were in the resolution. One was employees had to be approved to retire under para rules and not be a rehired para or ERB retiree. The incentive would consist of one-time pay equivalent to 6 months' salary that was based again on the resolution at the time it was passed in April of 2025. Employees had to return or submit all paperwork by the timelines that were outlined in the resolution, and the employee had to retire between April 1st, 2025 and no later than January 1st, 2026. For this incentive, we had a total number of 36 employees that had retired during that time frame. Some months we did not have any. You'll see 1 month in July was only 1 employee, with the majority that retired was January 1st, 2026. We had 22 employees that had retired, and that was our highest month. The actual impact for each of those months are outlined on the presentation here, with January being the highest. We had approximately $833,756.70 was the payout to the 6-month incentive. Let's see here. And then the next highest was October 1st with $163,323.64. So originally we had presented this to the board last March as when it all began. The majority of the employees we had estimated were either already eligible or would become eligible by July 1st. However, employees could retire any time that they became eligible afterwards. They didn't have to retire as soon as they became eligible. With the employees that were already eligible or would become eligible, we had again anticipated the 66 employees. We had 36 employees retire as part of the incentive program. The total impact from April through January 1st was $1.39 million. The total salary savings for these positions was approximately $1.19 million, and this was based on estimated number of payrolls that the positions were vacant. Out of the 36 positions, 13 of those have been filled. 23 positions remain vacant, with 14 of those are currently in the recruitment process. This has been a successful program. We even have employees still asking if this is still going on after January 1st, 2026, and if it will be offered again in the future. At this time, there's no, we don't see that it will be. However, that can always change. So if it does get offered again in the future, we will then need to come back to the board and present it again at that time in the future. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Are there any questions, commissioners? No? All right. Vice Chair Gomez, did you have any questions? Okay, not hearing or seeing any. So thank you, Ms. Holman. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. And I know if there's any other questions, we can reach out to you for that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, our next order of business is item number 13 under the minutes. So regular meeting minutes for February 10th, 2026. If I can get a motion in a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioners, if are there any changes or concerns about the meeting minutes? Okay, public input. All right, not hearing or seeing any. So with that, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 13, the regular meeting minutes from February 10th, 2026.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
I believe I abstained since I wasn't here.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, those meeting minutes are approved. We're under now under approvals. Agenda item number 14, approve a new event and engagement manager position for the county manager to meet the strategic needs of the county. If I can have a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez. I have a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Okay. And with that, I don't know, I'll turn it over to Ms. Weir. I don't know if there's any presentation or discussion at all or on this.
Mr. Chair, there's just brief comment on the basis for the request for the position. So this is one position that the county manager is requesting, and the idea is to centralize and standardize the event planning process. As you know, with the passage of the GO bond, we have a number of initiatives in process, and so there are a number of events forthcoming in the next several months, including the 250th birthday celebration that we're planning for the week of July 4th. The state of the county is coming in a week and a half. We have a volunteer appreciation banquet in the process of being planned, the upcoming retreat with commissioners in June. We are developing a concert series and an employee appreciation luncheon again this calendar year. And then we will anticipate that the ice rink will be an event happening again since it was successful in its first year. And then there are various groundbreaking events based on all the activities we have surrounding parks and recreation. And so the county manager is requesting the creation of this position.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Weir. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Chaparro?
I do. Thank you so much. I had my agenda review on Friday at about 4:30, and thank you, Ms. Weir, for staying until about 5:30 or later. I really appreciate it. And thank you for answering those questions. But in going over through my agenda review, I had a question regarding constituent services, and I'm aware that there is a vacant position at this time that could possibly fill this position. And just speaking to the previous presentation regarding the retirement incentive program, where it was noted that we had 23 vacancies and 13 positions that are in recruitment right now. I understand that we have to attend to constituent services, and so I just very briefly wrote down the celebrations that the county will be going through, the 250th celebration, which will probably be a day or two, State of the County, 1 day, Volunteer Appreciation, 1 day, upcoming retreat, 3 days, series of concerts that we have yet to approve through this commission, appreciation luncheon, 1 day, ice rink, that may or may not happen next year, groundbreaking events, there's several, but we have a vacant position at this time, and that position could address these events. And it is the opinion of this commissioner that we need to fill those vacancies before we start hiring other people. And we're still going to have those open vacancies. And that does not make financial sense to me at all. This vacant position in constituent services could service all this list that has been mentioned. I am opposed to this until we fill all our vacant positions so this county can move forward before we start adding more administrative positions that at this time I don't think we need. And it's taxpayers' money we're using. So let's fill all the vacant positions before we start creating more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioners? I did want to thank you, Commissioner Chaparro, for your comments. I think one of the concerns, and I could potentially understand if we were looking to take an open position and if it's within the band, potentially use that and redefine it for this position. But I believe there is plans to fill the constituent services position. I don't agree in that, we can, as we go through and HR goes through these processes of filling these positions, I don't think we need to hold other positions hostage, so to speak, because we're in the process of filling them. I think we need to look at all of the above. And I think one of the things that we've seen at the county is we've struggled with addressing many of the needs in our communities because of the fact that we have relied so long on people of, kind of being a jack of all trades. So, if you're in one position, then you'll do these other positions. And we get so much mixed, we don't get the best results that we can for our constituents. And I think, one of the concerns, at least not the concerns, but I think one of the goals of this was to have someone dedicated for this role, especially as we look to build out with the GO bond, the amphitheater, and some of the other items that we're going to be investing in. I think this, to me, in my mind, does provide that ability to plan for the future, have someone that is focused and specialized so that they're not having to change between several different hats, and we don't fall into the pitfalls that we have as a county and that we have in the past. So just my opinion, but I think that's where, as we continue to see the growth with the GO bonds, with the infrastructure that we're making these investments, I think these are some of these positions that we need to be able to properly address those needs and the infrastructure and serving the needs of our community. Commissioner Kimball, please.
I think that we have quite a big, from what I've seen so far, we have a pretty big comms department here at the county, and I'm not sure what they all do. And it's not my role to know what they all do, but I'm not sure we need another person, like Commissioner Chaparro said, to plan 10 days of events. And I know what you're saying about the GO bonds and about all that, but do we truly need more staff when we've asked people to retire, when we've asked to slim down? I just don't think that it's a convenience to have this person, but is it really necessary? And I think I'm opposed to it because I just don't see the need for it with staff that we have that could do these responsibilities.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kimball.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Please.
Thank you. And as I recall speaking to Ms. Ware, I know that the recruitment process is underway for a constituent services person, and that has been a struggle. I understand that. However, we need to move forward in, again, I will state, filling the vacant positions so that we can be strong for our staff. Because if we just keep leaving all these vacant positions open and hiring more people and hiring people that at the administrative level, then we're not doing our constituents, we're not giving them what they should. So in my opinion, to really solidify the positions we have now, and then we can move on to add more administrative positions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Ms. Weir, I don't know if this is probably for you or Ms. Haynes. How many positions have we traditionally had vacancies for through the years? Do we carry?
Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Camaros, Meg Haynes, HR Director. It depends. It varies over the years. Depending on if you're looking at public safety, particularly detention center, probably around 50-ish is usually 50, maybe to 75, depending on public safety.
What about outside of the non-public safety positions?
I'd say probably about 20, maybe about 20, 25.
But we've never, not in my memory serves me right, I don't think we've ever had them all filled at any point. I mean, we always carry vacancy savings through the years when we do our budget. And so I just wanted to confirm that we've never had 100% employment rate at the county. We've always had some vacancies of some sort.
Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. Due to, the ebb and flow, people coming in, people leaving, there's always going to be vacancies.
Okay.
It just depends on how long they're vacant for.
Yeah, understand. And I know there's been a lot of effort on trying to get, I know Ms. Holman had said out of the remaining, I think was it to 22 positions, that there were 14 already in recruitment. And so there's still a few more that are there, but we are in the process of getting those backfilled. So I just want to, at least that's what I understood.
Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. That is correct. Those others that have not been recruited for yet, they're being looked at. They may be looking at whether they need those positions or whether they're actually properly classified at this point. So,
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So it's potentially possible that one of those could be reclassified as an event manager.
Possibly, but I think the thing is that it's been, I think one of the things that we've understood, at least my understanding of the position, is they're trying to find someone that would be a little more specialized in that position with previous experience with event planning. And I think that's part of the reason why not filling it, like I said, with somebody that just is in a role because they're available.
But if it's reclassified, they would hire somebody that fits the reclassification.
They could, potentially, yes.
Why wouldn't they?
Because I think it's understanding, I think the reason I bring up is the vacancies being there is that sometimes because of the ebb and flow, they have the positions open. If you reclassify it, you lose it from that position or that department. And then they have to, at some point, there is potential to have to provide that new position or do that. I can't say specifically, and I don't know, Ms. Weir, if you can address that, but if reclassification was something that was evaluated.
I think that should be considered.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes, as of right now, the positions have been evaluated and they are necessary positions. There is always the option to do a reclassification, but it means that we would be back before the commission requesting an additional position at some point in the near future.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Prado, please.
Thank you. I'm also aware that one of the constituent service positions was moved over to legal, so we had two, now we have one. On another note, and I recall we had a very exciting meeting, I would say about 1 year ago and then 2 years ago regarding shortage of deputies at the sheriff's office. And we were holding the sheriff to a certain standard regarding recruitment and regarding hiring. And if we're going to be fair and transparent, then we need to hold ourselves to the same standard. We can't hold different departments to different standards whenever it suits us. And I was holding the sheriff to that standard, to recruit more deputies, also the detention center, to recruit more officers there, and to fill the vacancies for the sheriff's department, to fill the vacancies for the detention center. So I'm just holding us to the same standard. Let's fill our vacancies before we start creating new positions. That's transparency, that's being fair, and that's being equitable to all our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Is there any other comments from the commission? Any public input? All right. If there are no other discussion or questions at this time, I'll ask Brandy if you can do a roll call on agenda item number 14, please.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. That item is approved 3-2. All right, we have, next item is agenda item number 15. It's award contracts to La Clínica de Familia, Elite Methadone Clinic, and Summit Behavioral Health and Crisis Triage Center in the amount of $2,183,038 to support approved strategies for opioid settlement funds. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro. A second, I'll second the motion. With that, turn it over to Ms. Michael. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. We should have a presentation that they are able to pull up. So while they're looking for that, can I make one correction? As you saw in the paperwork, the award to Summit serving as the CTC was pending because their proposal seemed to have a lot of the same scope of work as the existing contract for the Crisis Triage Center. So since we submitted this original paperwork, we have received a new proposal from them, and it looks like, we're still in negotiations, but it looks like the award to them would go from the 600,000, it would be closer to 200,000 over the 2 years. So instead of the 2.183, it would be more like 1.7 million total expended with this action. So I just wanted to do that. Shara, can you talk to the IT folks and see if they can find our presentation? And I'd also like to take a moment to introduce a new staff person in our department. One of the allocations that you all approved was funding 50% of a special projects manager that would oversee all of the work related to the opioid settlement funds, along with several other initiatives in our department. So I have with me today Athena Huckabee. Yesterday was her first day back with our department, so welcome, Athena.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Chair, commissioners, department heads. Susie, so nice to see you. Yes, my name is Athena Huckabee. I previously served as the substance use coordinator, substance use prevention coordinator with the county for about 2.5 years. I left for 6 years to go work with Ideal Option, full-time with them doing community development, and now I'm happy and delighted to be back at the county in this role. Thanks.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. We won't have her present since yesterday was her first day.
What a better way to welcome back.
Jump in.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to jump into it. I'm not sure you all have the presentation. I unfortunately didn't print it for myself today, so I will wing it.
Do we not have the electronic copy by chance that we can put up on?
It should be. I'm not sure. I don't know how much time you want to wait for them to find it. Yeah, it was in your packets, so I'm happy to move along or take a pause, whatever you prefer, Mr. Chair.
I think we should take a pause. I think that way it's anybody that's following along on the web. So why don't we, if everybody's okay with it, let's take a 10-minute break.
Perfect.
It's 11:02, so we can come back about 12 after or so, and we'll get started.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
p.m. or a.m. Sorry, not p.m. We're not staying overnight here. And with that, we'll be back in session. So, all right, we have our presentation on screen. So thank you for getting that set up.
Oh, thank you. Again, Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. We are here today seeking your approval to award 3 contracts using the opioid settlement funds. The 3 contractors are La Clinica de Familia, Elite Methadone Clinic, and Summit Behavioral Health, serving as the Crisis Triage Center. And just to reiterate, the amount for Summit has changed. Instead of the 600 and some thousand, it's going to be closer to 200,000. I'm going to start with a little bit of history. This has been a 2-year project, and so I just want to remind us about the planning process, what has previously been approved to try to keep that alignment from where we were in the past, and all of the steps of approval and how they are aligned with what we are seeking today. Talk a little bit about the RFP process, the review process, and then briefly go over some next steps. So again, just historically, the county staff has partnered with city staff, and we've also created a community advisory group. This is all part of the guiding principles that were pushed out through NACO's Opioid Leadership Network in partnership with Johns Hopkins Vital Strategies, and the 5 guiding principles that we have followed through this process. The planning process that we adopted, you can see there, we looked at the needs assessment, we looked at the core abatement strategies that were allowable in the settlement agreements, and then we looked at, of those allowable strategies, what is needed to meet our needs and gaps, and looked at the types of activities that we would like to fund. That fed into some initial project logic models that was used to develop the RFPs, that will be used to develop the scope of work in the contract. We also have an evaluation process, so all of the contracts, whether they're funded by the city or the county, will be evaluated for the monitoring and evaluation that will continue this planning cycle. The selected strategies that the board approved includes medication-assisted treatment, warm handoff and recovery services, prevention programs, and then obviously there was a focus on data collection and research, primarily related to evaluation, not independent research. Oops. The goals that you all approved are all associated with those strategies. So you can see here we took the strategies, and in order to narrow it slightly, we had recommendations from the advisory group that related to specific settings and populations. So we don't want to just improve access and utilization to MOUD. We want to do it specifically for people who are engaging, who are seeking medical care at an emergency department. We know that we also want to focus specifically on Spanish-speaking populations and people that live in rural communities. So you can see how the goals took those strategies and just narrowed them slightly so we know where and who would receive some of the services. These are the additional goals. What we did to develop the scope of work for the funding that the city and county pushed out is, in order to not duplicate, we said city is going to focus on these goals and strategies, county is going to focus on these goals and strategies. And again, each of us followed those specific populations and settings. And I do have to say that we all received, the city and the county received several proposals. And I think the biggest deficiency that I saw, we got great proposals, but not all of them narrowly focused on the identified setting and population. So that's where I think we were it was the first round of funding, and that's where I think there was some misalignment with some of the proposals we received. So the ones that scored well were the ones that did a really good job of aligning with these different settings and populations. This was what the County Commission approved to set us on this path for the RFP process, so I just wanted to remind everyone, we suggested and you all approved a 2-year funding cycle. It allocated spending 30% of what we were expecting for the total distribution. We have, over the 2 years, we allocated $100,000 for staff to use for naloxone purchase and distribution. We allocated funding for a substance use prevention coordinator, and we allocated funding for contracts directly with providers. So that's all the direct services to the community. We also allocated some funding for the special projects manager and the data collection, reporting, and analysis. So if we just pull out the contracts with providers, you see the $3.7 million there. We reserved part of that to help fund the transitional housing project that's being developed across the street, because of that, the warm handoffs, the transitions of care, that is called out as one of the specific goals, the setting and population. So we put an RFP out for $3 million, not the full $3.7 million, because we did reserve some of that for the project across the street. However, we also just recently received $2 million from the state to help support that project across the street. I want to use federal money first, state money second, and then local county money kind of last in this pyramid of how we use funds. But we did put the RFP out for $3 million, and the city put their notice of award. They did a NOFA instead of an RFP, but it's still got us to the same place. So collectively, we had $7.3 million ready to go to help fund contracts and services. Again, the request for proposal and the NOFA, we try to be very specific. The city's going to fund 1, 2, 3, county's going to fund 4, 5, 6. So this is just a quick overview of what was requested in the RFP versus what was requested in the NOFO. And those align exactly with the goals, settings, and populations that the commission approved. So that's a lot of information on those slides, but if you have any questions, we can go back to them. We released the RFP on October 15th, and it closed on December 4th. We wanted to give people a lot of time because we were looking for things that were new, that were innovative, and we encouraged collaboration, so we wanted people to have time to build those collaborative partnerships before submitting proposals. We received 5 completed proposals. They were received and reviewed by a committee made up of 2 county staff and 2 city staff and 1 advisory committee member. I did not sit on the evaluation committee for this. And Enrique Mata was our community advisory member who served on that evaluation committee. Here are the specific recommendations. So over a 2-year period, La Clinica asked for about $1.2 million. They focused on increasing MOUD in rural communities with Spanish-speaking populations. And they are very well qualified to do this because they have close to 30 physical buildings across the county, primarily in rural communities. So they are able to expand into those communities to provide this specific type of service. They also had a letter of collaboration from the Sheriff's Department. So again, connecting with people that are interacting with law enforcement out in the county. Elite Methadone Clinic, their proposal was also focused on MOUD in rural and Spanish-speaking communities, and they are proposing a mobile unit. So it's very closely aligned with the setting in rural communities. So the mobile clinic will be able to physically drive around to all of the smaller, more rural communities to provide people with the medication that they need. This is definitely new, innovative, and something new. We are not just funding what's existing in the community already. And then Summit, the CTC proposal, again, That number has been adjusted, and they are going to focus on the justice-involved population, so connecting with people at the detention center and trying to encourage and offer MOUD, and also build some capacity with their team inside the crisis triage center to specifically address moms who are pregnant or moms who have new babies, and trying to encourage and provide the specific care that they need for MOUD treatment. So those are the three proposals. All of them, they're also, the scope of work is also going to be for services that are not reimbursable by Medicaid. So, for example, La Clinica is going to start a new program. Once it is established, the sustainability comes within Medicaid billing. So for that, it's going to be a startup process, not ongoing, not an ongoing investment, but it is sustainable through Medicaid billing. The same thing with Elite. Most of the people that they serve, Medicaid or insurance will reimburse the medicine. There's just some unreimbursed costs with the mobile unit that these funds would cover. And obviously the same thing with Summit as we continue to go through the negotiation process with them. We will not use this money for anything that is eligible to be reimbursed by Medicaid or other commercial insurance. We also contracted with an evaluator that was selected through an RFP process as well. Pivot is the firm that was selected. They are New Mexico-based. They've done some similar work in Bernalillo County, and we've already met with them. They are going to help us draft some of the language in the contract, because part of what we're asking the contractors to do is collect and submit data. The first phase of the evaluation included looking at Doña County and City of Las Cruces material, reviewing our RFPs and NOFO, reviewing the selected proposals so they can finalize logic models. The logic models that I emailed to you all last week were the ones that were submitted with the proposal. Those will be refined with the actual evaluator. And then eventually put together a full framework, an evaluation plan that will be used to collect and report data to you all and to the community that would show the entire kind of return on the investment for all of the opioid settlement funds. The first phase of this task order with the evaluator was $60,000. The next steps, we're hoping that after today we can actually award these contracts, get them executed and get the money out the door by March. And then because we had $3 million allocated, and if we approve today, it will probably just be about 1.7 million. So we have about 1.3 million that is unallocated. The one setting and population that we did not receive proposals for is, again, that maternal child health population, and really focusing on moms prenatal and postnatal, the infant and the family, the treatment, medication that they need, and all of the wraparound services that they need. So we've already started some work with some subject matter experts and some organizations that do this work. We'd like to take some time to build some capacity and start to help our local organizations develop projects, develop their own internal capacity, do a second round of funding just for this, this population and for these services. And then the evaluation and reporting will be ongoing. We also have, I think, some representatives from the city. Yes, they're still here. Thank you for spending your morning with us. They have their process, and they will also be going to City Council to provide similar information and demonstrate what the contracts that they're going to be funding. So with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
Chairman.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Jamie, this sounds fabulous, and I'm very pleased with seeing the postnatal moms and the babies. I unfortunately have had to take my mother to the hospital several times in the last month, and to see people that need treatment and aren't getting the treatment that they need quickly at the hospitals and getting preventative treatment. It breaks my heart. But if we tie these programs in, I'm hoping and praying that it's going to make a big impact on our community. So with that, could you just elaborate a little more regarding the youth programs? Because the juvenile justice system right now is also, well, we could do better at addressing those. And I know if we work with the judicial system in ordering some of these kids that are going before judges into these programs, that might save a few people. So if you can just elaborate on that for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Chaparro. So with the opioid funds, the intent is to look at prevention at the earliest time. So we know that if a family is at risk for opioid use disorder or someone in the family does have an opioid use disorder, then the likelihood of that baby or those children having some type of adverse childhood experience is greater. We know that adverse childhood experiences is a risk factor for future opioid use disorder. So we're trying to go as far upstream as we can, which is prenatal and the time of birth. So the prevention piece is for the babies. The treatment piece is for the moms. The opioid funding is looking specifically at that part of the continuum. But what you're speaking about, we also are working with the state and their Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act. And there is around $8 million available for our judicial district to do exactly what you were talking about 8 million, yes. It's probably between 8 and 9 million available for our judicial district. And Thursday and Friday of this week, we are working with UNM, the Administrative Office of the Court, and other local groups here to host a 2-day workshop just focused on youth services and systems prevention, but really a big focus on the young people that are already involved or have the potential to become involved in the criminal justice system. And that's where we'll do exactly what you were talking about. How do we identify, hopefully keep people out of the criminal justice system, but once young people are in the criminal justice system, how do we create off-ramps to connect them to treatment so they don't move further down into that criminal justice system and the criminal behavior doesn't, evolve over time into more and more dangerous behaviors. So we are hoping to be able to use some of the state funding for the justice-involved population, the diversion programs, and anything youth-specific that is needed. So after this week's workshop, I can probably come back to you with some more specificity around that. Athena's position within our department is also going to be to get her arms around that and create that plan and submit those priorities to the state for funding as well.
So if I may, Jamie, I don't know if I heard correctly because I was writing. So is it 8 million for this judicial district?
Yes, that is correct.
Wow.
Yes.
That's going to be a huge help. 8 to 9 million for this specific, the 3rd judicial district. That includes the district courts and the magistrate courts. Am I correct?
You are correct. Yes.
That is wonderful. Thank you.
That's the Behavioral Health Trust Fund that the state set up. So that's the initial investment, but there should be funds to reinvest over time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Kimball?
This is not new to me. I've been in behavioral health a long time, and I'm really excited about all the changes that are happening. And statewide, there is money coming to each judicial district, so it's not just us. Every judicial district will get money through SB 3 that happened last year in the legislative session. Has it been 2 years now? It was just last year. It was just last year. So that judicial districts are convening within their districts with people to say, what's our greatest need? Where do we need funding? And the funding is coming from the state. And all of these monies are also designed for things not covered by Medicaid. So they are things that people say, well, you know, if we could get this service for our kids, it would be very helpful. Okay, let's look at that. Let's see what that is. So it is really, really exciting. And the first monies that came need to be spent by September 2027.
Yes.
And then these monies have a longer time frame, but then as the trust fund grows, there'll be more monies in the future as well. So it's really exciting. So this opioid thing is separate. This is from the money that the state sued the makers of opioids for making too many and pushing them on too many people, and were sued, and that money came back as an opioid settlement to the state. That's the money that Jamie's working with right now on these. And it's important because that money is supposed to be used for treatment to help people and prevention, and it's really important. So this is a really great kickoff into it, and what the city's doing is great as well to help people find services they couldn't find. And a lot of times, you know, when somebody's got an opioid addiction, they don't know where to turn. So this is really great. And like I said, I'm not new to it. I've been kind of pushing and championing and working with Jamie on some of this as well prior to coming on the commission, and it's really exciting. And Athena will do a great job organizing and keeping everything in order. So we're all really looking forward to this.
Vice Chair Gomez, did you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, and maybe I'm missing this, and I'm hoping that somewhere it's mixed in. And I am excited. I love the idea that there's going to be a mobile unit that will go out. I love the idea of having that one of the awardees is La Clínica de Familia, because they have such an amazing reach from Las Cruces all the way down south, from, you know, even their existing clinics, but also the school-based clinics. And so they have an amazing reach. My question now becomes, where are we doing anything up north? Because that's my district. I don't know how these awardees are. That was what my ask was. We've got part of it, because I know that my ask was, how do we make sure that we do reach the people in the unincorporated area? So I love the plan. I just don't, I want to understand how it is that we plan to reach people in the northern part of the community, because I know La Clínica de Familia has not supported up there because the FQHC in the northern part of the county is Ben Archer. I know Ben Archer is sometimes can be, you know, they're very independent, I'll say that. So what are we doing? Because I want to make sure that my community, you know, the communities in the north, particularly, you know, when I look at it, right, we talk Radium Springs, Rincon, Rhodey, Hatch, Salem, you know, all the way up to Garfield. How do we hit those communities? Because I think, like I said, I love, like I said, every part of this I like, where you're trying to hit from, like you said, the you know, the prevention as well as getting treatment. But just want to understand how it is, like I said, we're reaching the northern part of the county.
Commissioner Sanchez, it's important to point out that is missing from here, and that was just based on the agencies that submitted proposals and how they were evaluated. The elite, we can include in their contract that they will provide mobile services in the north as well. You know, I envision everything outside of the city center for elite, and they may take some time to expand, because it is hard the way geographically the rural communities are kind of, you know, it's a donut shape. Yeah. But this funding should be used to give people in the northern part of the county the same access to the services. So I know that's on the negotiation table with elite to provide mobile services up there. Okay. And La Clínica, Ben Archer, and Amador, as the 3 FQHCs, they do have specific service areas, but they also have specific types of services that they can offer. So I think in the future there is opportunity to also make sure that whether it's at our community resource center, one of the DOH public health offices, or at another location, that we provide some of the same services in the northern part of the county. Sometimes it's even more important in the northern part of the county because some of the barriers with travel. The behavioral health, I'm just going to call it the BRIA money. That was the SB3, the BRIA money. We applied for some of their early access funding. We, the county received $2 million. Part of it will support the transitional housing project across the street, but part of it is also to create a new ACT team, which is a behavioral health intervention that goes to where the individual lives. And we're trying to create an ACT team that is focused in the rural areas. So we would make sure that that includes the northern part. And ACT does substance use, mental health. It's the full gamut, not just opioid use. It's a comprehensive, very intensive type of treatment. So there's nothing specific in the proposals today, but through contract negotiations, maybe round 2 funding or other sources, we do want to get the northern part of the county covered as well.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like I said, highlight that because I want to make sure my communities
Right.
are also receiving those services. But I really do, I appreciate, like I said, the kind of the different layers with the approach here and really trying to reach out. And like I said, I know from just having some discussions with Virgil and others at LC, with LCDF, I really do appreciate how, they've grown so much to try to create these access points. And I think having that on top of the other strategies here, I think will help our community. So like I said, I'm fully supportive. I think just want to make sure, like I said, if we can figure out again how we connect my district with some of these services, I would love to have those discussions in the future. Like I said, maybe the second round or however we do with this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, a lot of this is geographic because one of the specific objectives was rural communities. But the work that will be done for moms and babies is going to be for moms and babies that live anywhere in the county. The city is funding, their goal was directly related to emergency departments because the emergency departments are physically in the city, but people from all over the county go to emergency departments. So they will be supporting people that come from anywhere in Doña County and seek care at the emergency departments here. So there is some, we did focus regionally, but both local governments are going to serve specific populations beyond just the geographic barriers of within the city, outside the city.
One other thought, and I know this isn't quite specific to this, but I know as we're talking about trying to reach those that are in the detention center and the release and trying to make sure we have those warm handoffs. I don't know, I'm assuming they still do, that Bernalillo County, the way they set up their release from the Metro Detention Center into, I guess, back when they're released, they have them go through kind of a lobby, so that way they have an opportunity for their staff to have a time to have a warm connection with somebody, whether they need something as simple as a jacket, or but it gives them that touch point to where they can start having the discussion of, do you need housing? Do you need food? Do you need, what type of support do they need? And I'm wondering if there's a way for us to be able to do that with our detention center, because as we continue to have these services, and like you said, the across the street, if they need, we're going to have the housing project there. I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to create the kind of those touch points, so that way when they're released, we have an opportunity to try to figure out how do we connect them with some of the service they may be able to have, so that way, we try to set them up for success as best we can with a lot of these programs that we have.
Absolutely, Commissioner. So the benefit that Bernalillo County has is they have a physical building called a reentry center that was designed just for that purpose. And you're right, when you're released from detention, the way they're designed, their detention center is way out in the middle of nowhere, so they drive people in on a bus as part of their release. But they get off the bus and have to walk through that physical building as part of their release. So we have a virtual reentry program right now. Part of the contract with Yes Care is 2 reentry specialists, and we have some other it's a little fragmented now, so we're going to try to use this RIA process to streamline it a little bit. But we do connect with people who have been identified as having an opioid use disorder prior to release from the detention center and ask them some of those exact questions. I'm hoping the funding with Summit can expand that, but we don't have the same brick and mortar physical building that they do in Bernalillo County, but we can still expand that touch point upon release. Absolutely.
I mean, and I'm just, like I said, maybe for future discussion, but I was like, you know, you could almost use the crisis triage center for something like that. And then, you know, potentially, you know, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, no, we have to look
another
at
facility,
licensing.
another
Yeah.
crisis triage center that maybe isn't right next to the jail. So, like I said,
Yeah, it would be hard to have a reentry facility and a licensed CTC in the same
yeah, like I said, it'll have to be
space. Yeah.
separate. I understand that. As I'm saying, to
No,
me,
but-
I would love, I think, like I said, I think that's always been one of the things as I've come in, and I know there was a lot of planning in the past for the crisis triage center, but I think there's still some stigma of the crisis triage center being right next to the detention center. So, anyhow.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
Okay.
I agree with all of that as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, is there any other questions from the commission? Public input? Okay. All right. And with that, Brandy, if you can do a roll call on agenda item number 15, please.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball. Yes. Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our Community Advisory Committee. And again, a shout out to the folks at the city. Wes has been our counterpart there, and we're really looked at nationally because we're two local governments working so closely together using that process that was put out by John Hopkins. So thank you for your support, and we just want to keep doing all this good work.
Thank you. And thank you, Wes, and for coming and joining us. I'll be reaching out. As I said, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the program and how you all operate. So thank you so much. All right, next item of business, agenda item 16, is to approve the fiscal year 26 mid-year adjustments.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. I'll second the motion. And we have Mr. Eric Alvidrez that'll be providing the presentation.
Good morning, commissioners. I will do my best to try to get everybody out of here before lunchtime. So, good morning. All right. So good morning, Mr. Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Ms. Gameros, commissioners. I just wanted to quickly congratulate Ms. Kimball and welcome you to the county team. If you need anything from the budget team, I'm sure you already know from the rest of the commissioners. We're always happy to help, of course. So the purpose of this presentation is to present the requests that departments have given to management as part of the mid-year request. My name is Eric Alvidrez. I'm performing this presentation on the behalf of the budget of performance. Third time up here, sorry. Still a little nervous. Office of Performance and Budget. So in this presentation, we will bring to you also recommendations from the budget office. So the first slide is some revenue recommendations that we do recommend to increase the budget by. The very first line item, before I get to it, you'll notice the revenue amounts are negative. So based on accounting principles, we do have to make revenues negative if we want to increase them. So don't get scared and think we're actually losing $500,000 right off the bat. So the LEDA permit fees is coming from Project Jupiter building permits. In the future, I believe we had a meeting yesterday with the New Mexico Economic Development Department to create a separate fund for the anything Project Jupiter related. That way we could try to be as transparent as possible with those funds. Next item we have is the equalization distribution. That one did come in under budget. I believe we budgeted $7.3 million and it came in at $6.8 million. So that amount pretty much, so we get that money based on how we compare to the statewide average of net GRT received per person in the state. So the county does receive a distribution if the GRT collected per person is less than the statewide average. We typically receive that in December. So that amount we actually are decreasing because we do not expect to actually spend those funds. Next line item is the unrestricted, unincorporated area GRT. Try saying that 5 times fast. That is a good tongue twister. So it is projected to come in about 15.6% over budget. We originally included an 8.13% growth factor based on what our economists gave us, so it is coming in higher. This does not consider construction GRT related to Project Jupiter and is solely related to the recurring GRT that the county receives. Next line item, so this is an unrestricted county GRT. That one is also coming in higher, about 3.7%. Again, based on our economist projections, we originally included a 8.13% growth factor, so it is coming in a little higher. And again, this does not consider construction GRT related to Project Jupiter, and it is solely related to the recurring GRT. Last but not least, it is the revenue received from Las Cruces Public Schools and Town of Mesilla for vector services. I believe they go out and spray the mosquitoes and some of the other bugs that we'd have out there. Before I move forward, do you have any questions on this slide? I feel like this one contains a lot of good information. If you don't, I could just keep flying. Awesome. So now we dive into the expenditure. So Vector Control is requesting some money to add directly from the revenues received. So for the $222,000, they're requesting to increase their budget by $67,000. So they are covering what they are going to spend, and they're covering it a little more. So the biggest item that they're increasing is, I believe, insecticides. That is probably one of their major core services. Some of the other amounts are minimal. Those are going to like meals, mileage, the fun stuff. Next, we do have facilities and services. So they do have a pretty good list up here. So I will try to fly through these. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me. So they are requesting $14,000 for the district court, specifically for the fire sprinkler deficiency repair. For the next line, they do want to budget a little more money for the temporary building attendants. I believe it does state they're at a negative, but that is a workday hiccup. We will work with the purchasing department to get that resolved. Next line item, continual weekend cleaning of community centers, $18,000. The next line item for $38,000 is a change order for the legal department renovations and additions. Next line item is $150,000 for reverse osmosis at the Jerport Fire Station and Radium Springs Community Center. There have been issues with the drinking water, so this is to have a clean water for the surrounding area to obtain. Next, we have a change order for the Mesquite Learning Center at the Mesquite Community Center. Then we have an increase of $63,000 for the Jetport Fire Station to finish the restrooms. Next, we have a storage unit for the ice rink materials and the ice when it closes down. It is also for new desk at Lakeside. So I believe the storage containers were $5,000 each. So it is $10,000 overall. We are going to try to reach an agreement with Jim Gomez. He's the owner of Ice Rink, to see if he could get us discount to expand the rink from wall to wall. And then next we have $225,000. This is for the new OEM facility. It is directly related to the electrical that they need there. Then we have $75,000 for community center chairs. I believe that is part of the Go Bond funding that we're trying to jump ahead of the curve and really show our community members that we're listening and trying to be proactive with those funds. Next, we have district attorney, probate judge, and human resource renovations, $350,000. I believe that is within the county building. Last but not least, we have fencing at the fairgrounds for Dasso's Academy location. So their total amount comes in at $1.2 million.
So before you jump ahead there, I just have a quick question. The $150,000 for the reverse osmosis, I thought we had already approved funds for that project and a contract.
That is a wonderful question. I will have to go back to see if they actually tied a budget revision to that request. Because
and I see I have Justin Weaver coming.
Come on up, sir.
Behind you, sir. Hey, Justin.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commission. Yes, so we have been engaged with the contractor in order to get the design of the system and everything put forward. To my understanding, we did not have any funding allocated with that.
Okay. I probably just want to just get a double check on that one because I thought that was part of the resolution that we did approve was, or at least the contract, but maybe I'm wrong. But I thought we had already, if I were, it didn't have a budget?
Yeah, that's where I think we didn't have the budget for it yet, sir.
Okay. Then I misunderstood that. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I have a question since we're on this page regarding the, and it doesn't have an item number, but regarding the storage units for ice rink materials and also new desks at Lakeside. So when you say new desks at Lakeside, to what are you referring?
So we were relocated offsite to the old elections warehouse, which is over at 2480 Lakeside.
So yesterday.
Yes, so that's where in our move, we left a lot of our furniture here because HR took over our department. We also vacated cubicles, so that's where we were kind of left without furniture there at our facility.
Okay, so going back to the storage units for the ice rink materials, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when this commission went into, or made this contract with the ice rink person from Florida or Georgia, I can't remember from which state he hails, wasn't he supposed to take care of all of that, bring in his material, take it out, and we were going to decide as a commission if the ice rink would be coming back next year, and so why are taxpayers paying for storage that for things that don't belong to us? And maybe I'm incorrect on that understanding, but if you could elaborate on that and further explain to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so I am not too clear as far as the agreements made with Mr. Gomez. Maybe Eric can kind of elaborate a little bit on that.
So we do have to bring that before the board for approval because we do have to amend the contract. And I believe we might also have to amend the dimensions if approved because I believe a certain amount of feet were approved within the RFP. So I believe they bought these containers to be proactive, but we don't have to use it for the ice rink. I think there's definitely enough things out there that we can use it for county purposes.
So what else would you be using it besides the ice rink without commission approval? I'm just trying to be transparent with my constituents.
Yes.
We're collecting taxes, we're collecting monies, and we have to let our constituents know where the monies are going from instead of just making administrative decisions. And that's where I'm having difficulty wrapping my head around it. So what if we're not using it for the ice rink, where else would it be utilized?
I believe it will be related to the $5 million of the fairgrounds improvements because there is going to have to be a lot of movement. But primarily, yes, to be transparent, it was purchased for the ice rink because Jim did say he would give us a discount. But like I said, we can use it for county purposes. Right now, it is bought under the county and it is a county asset. So it would not transition to the
anything to do with the rink until we have your approval,
Thank you.
of course. And thank you for the feedback. The goal is always to try to be as transparent as possible, so ask as many questions, please. All right, next we have the Information Technology or IT Department. They are requesting $80,000 to replace a phone system and migrate to a newer voice IP system. I believe the reason they're trying to replace this is because the current system is incompatible and it will cost more money if we don't replace it now. I believe they said this item can wait, but it will save us money if we do it right now. Because I believe we still have to keep paying for the system. Next line is $69,000 to purchase communication tower system generators in the amount of $69,000. Last but not least is the BitFlow Pro software, which is an AI legislative intelligence platform for public agencies to track bills, analyze sessions, and get real-time insight. I believe it is for 30 users, and that is a recurring fee for organization.
And Eric, just a quick question. In the middle item, so just for clarity, I know this is a funding source. It says latch fund reserves. I know that's probably autocorrect. It should be the LATCF, the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Funds. But is there even a need for that to be a mid-year budget expended or adjustment, because we already approved that during the consent agenda?
So they did not attach a budget revision to the agenda. So I think it was probably more on the procurement side that they needed the board's approval. And I think it was also more of a proactive step to try to get these funds approved from the latch reserves. And that term does intermingle. I've heard latch or the LECTF. So I'll research that and get that pinned down.
Yeah. I guess my question, I would assume that when we approve the resolution, we always approve the budget revision at that point. So I guess if we're not getting to that, maybe that's a discussion we need to have. Just because, like I said, to me, it seems to me a little superfluous if we're having to come back and approve monies we already approved. There should be the budget, if we're approving the money, then the budget adjustment revision should be done at that point. I don't think there's a reason to, my concern is that as we do this, and I'm not saying that we're missing it here because you're catching it, but if there's ever a point when we have these little transactions, if you're not making if there's a need for a budget adjustment, I would think you would want it associated so you knew you're doing it right at that point and not having to make sure you're having to capture it with all the other transactions. But I mean, maybe that's just a stylistic approach. But like I said, I think in the past, I think we've just done it. So anyway, sorry, just a comment.
No, thank you. And the goal is actually in the future, once we're done with this budget cycle, we do want to come back and bring the commission mid-year policy. That way we can actually have a structure to go off by. And I think that's something that we could definitely add. So any feedback that you have, we're definitely will take it into consideration and put that into policy. So duplicating efforts, essentially, that's what this one comes down to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so next is Human Health Services. Looks a little lengthy, but it's only a few items. So the very first item is for supplies for the new employee at La Mesa Community Center. Next line item is to replace a vehicle. I believe that vehicle has over 150,000 miles and it's under 2005 for the make and the year. And then I believe for the next two line items, they're trying to increase one of their grants. I try to get more justification, but I think right now they're just very busy. So I think they're trying to budget an additional $8,000 to try to pay or to try to cover for a payment that was made for FY25. And then the next four line items, those were requested and approved within the wrong fund. It got approved to the Health Service Fund instead of the Health Grant Fund. So that is one that we are trying to get corrected. Anytime we want to move budget across funds, it does require board approval and state approval. And then last but not least, I believe there is a recreation coordinator that is being requested. We're only gonna budget for the remainder of the fiscal year. Okay, and then next we have the Civic Event Fund. So this was a new fund that was created recently. It is to budget an additional $1.1 million to support the planning and execution of the 250th celebration, I believe in around July 4th, which is being developed as a 3-day community festival. The scope of this event includes a drone show, lighting, staging, live bands, time capsule activities, and overall event operations, logistics, and security. It was not anticipated at the time of the budget adoption, and I believe they also want to hire a high-level event planner to plan this event in the short time that they have. And then there's also an additional $50,000 to support the City of Las Cruces fireworks show as part of the coordinated regional celebration that were not included in the original budget. And then we are going to transfer, well, the intent is to transfer the $1.1 million from general fund to the civic event fund reserves. Next, we have roads initiative. So back to Commissioner Sanchez's point, this is part of we did catch this when we were reconciling our budget revisions. This budget revision was approved back in October 28th of 2025 last year. So the budget was approved, the expenditures and the revenues were approved. We just did not include the actual cash transfer. So this is just to include that cash transfer. Next, we have human resources. So they're requesting $148,000 to include staff professional development with the second year of the SHRM contract. Also a renewal contract for advertising aggregator, and then a new leadership academy contract, additional psychological pre-employment testing and pre-employment medical testing based on increased public safety hires. Next, we have the jetport. So they're asking for a total of $300,000 from county general fund reserves. They are taking the additional $300,000 from jetport fund reserves. I believe this is to pave the pavement and asphalt for one of their new hangars. In the spirit of transparency, this is what they're going to need for the remainder of the fiscal year. So they will bring this back during our normal FY 27-28 budget cycle as a capital outlay request. I believe the amount is for $2.3 million. So then if we get the $600,000, it would reduce the $2.3 million. And then I believe the jetport manager is actively looking for funds to try to reduce what the county covers. And then he did say that if needed, he would be willing to pay the county back these funds, but that's a whole nother process that we actually have to figure out with legal to see if we need a contract for that. And then I believe, lastly, he just wants to reopen one of the funds that had money left over for $106,000. So he just wants to increase expenditures and revenues, and I believe that funding will also go to the pavement for the new hangar. Next, we have OEM. So they are requesting $15,000 for warehouse equipment for the new for their new building, as well as $1 million for access control cameras, alarms, networking, TVs, cabling, video walls, and other items. There was also some building overage cost. So they are requesting $250,000. As well as warehouse equipment.
I think they're already using ARPA funds to cover some of this cost, but I think this is the last strings that kind of need to just get covered. So we're trying our best as the budget office to try to figure out how do we relieve the burden from general fund. So we do try to find other strategies like latch to help supplement these one-time requests. So that brings us to the end of our presentation. So the total expenditures requested were $4.8 million. Total revenues that we're increasing the budget by are $3.1 million. And then the total net adjustment pulling from reserves is $1.7 million. I also did some calculations before coming up here. So based on OEM's requests, HHS, IT, Facilities and Services Department, the one-time cost from the $4.8 million is $2.6 million. So with the revenues that are being generated, it will cover our recurring costs. So the one-time cost is a lot more manageable from a budget standpoint because we only have to cover it the 1 year from reserves. It's not a recurring cost that affects our balanced budget. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alvidas. Commissioners? Commissioner Chaparro?
I'm trying to
It's a lot,
phrase
sorry.
my question. So going back to the $1.1 million for a 3-day celebration that I just very recently learned about, do we have any idea of what that will entail? Before, it's kind of like getting a blank page and just saying, okay, I'm going to spend this money, and I don't have any idea who, what, where, when, how many people, the cost per person, cost for renting or entertainment or anything of that nature. If this plan has been thought of, then I would have thought that approaching the commissioners individually with this plan before we spend $1.1 million, and just having gone out to my community yesterday in the last couple of weeks, I could use that $1.1 million for roads, lights, food, education, housing.
We just facilitate the request. So we try our best to get that information. So I believe just based on the face value of the description, that is all I currently know. Again, it is at the discretion of the board if you want to approve the request or not.
Thank you.
Of course.
Ms. Weir, do you have the response to that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, Stephen Lopez has just joined us, and he has been part of that discussion, if you wouldn't mind coming up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Chaparro, would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. There's been a request for $1.1 million for a 3-day party that I just recently learned about, like in the last couple of days, actually, well, maybe today. And I'd like to know who, what, where, when, all the details, because if I'm going to vote on something that's going to cost money, then I need specific details. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we don't know. That's because we don't have a budget to work from. So we can't really figure out what it's going to look like until we know what the parameters are. And so that is what we are asking. Certainly any major contracts or anything would come back before this board for approval. So we are asking what those parameters are. The only thing that we have right now that is active is we do have an RFP out for drone light shows for June 30th, July 1st, and July 2nd. At the fairgrounds, because that would kind of be the cap of each night. That will close, I believe, at 10 a.m. on Friday, and then we'll come before you or be part of this based on what we receive in. The reasons for those 3 days is that gives really a week of 250th celebration activities for the area, because then on the 3rd is the City of Las Cruces light show, And then on the 4th is the big event at the Aggie Memorial Stadium, the concert and the fireworks. So there was a little bit of discussion October-ish, September-ish, when we had the board retreat that identified we wanted to do something for the 250th, but we were wide open on what that might be. The only other thing that we have really started heavy discussion on is having some time capsules for school kids to contribute to. And we have reached out to the Bridge of Southern New Mexico to see if they would be our champions for that and the contact with the school districts. And then we could host those time capsules, bury them and everything there at the fairgrounds to really inspire the students to start thinking in the future. What's it going to be like in 50 years from now? What do they want to see? What do they think they're going to be doing? And hopefully then they'll, in 50 years, come back with their families and grandkids and great-grandkids to see those reopened. So those are the only two things that we've really got going. We would love to see, from my side, I would love to see a salsa competition on one of those days. That can be both the tasting kind and the dancing kind. We would love to see some competitions with local bands so that we can really highlight some of the great performers that are in our area. We'd also like to maybe have a brisket or barbecue contest a different day, and maybe a Dutch oven cook-off the third day. But this is very much wide open. Anybody with great ideas, we would really love to hear those. So the request for you all is set what our parameters are, what our budget is, and then we will work to make the best events that we can within that budget.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, but I'm really uncomfortable with the response of I don't know. And it could be $1 million or it could be 3 million, so I'm very, very uncomfortable with that. And granted, I did miss the retreat. It was a difficult time for my family. But in my opinion, I think this is something that needs to come to the commission for voting so that we know specifically what we're spending money on and how we're going to spend it, instead of just making these decisions at an administrative level as the Project Jupiter was. So I'm going to have a hard time approving this, quite frankly, and add that to the ice rink and add that to the other things that I really wasn't aware of until you're answering my questions now. But thank you for the information.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
So my question is, high-level event planner is different than the staff event planner. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, I think it's one and the same because we don't have a staff. Let me rephrase that. When we have like events like the state of the county, that is done internally and that's an internal focused thing. So maybe that's the separation that you're thinking of. Whereas the one I believe you all voted on earlier this morning is that kind of external, the events we put on for the public. I'm going to look to AC, and where is that accurate?
Kind of. I believe that the positions are one and the same, although while we're recruiting for the event position, we may need to contract in the short term because we have such a short window of opportunity before the 250th. So we would probably have a temporary contract or professional services contract while we're recruiting for the professional full-time position.
Thank you. So it's not two separate people.
No, that's correct. It's
Just a
one
temporary
position.
fill-in. And so what you're telling me is if we approve this on this budget adjustment, you still have to come back to us with contracts.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kimball, you are correct. There are some things that are within the county manager's authority to sign, but you all as the board can say right now, if you want us to bring you everything that has to do with the 250th for approval, we can do that.
What's the county manager's level?
$150,000, is that correct?
That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. I think one of the things that was discussed during the retreat, and if I'm phrasing it wrong, please help me and correct me. But I think number one is part of the reason was we were looking at this there's a couple of pieces to this, and hopefully I capture this correctly. One is obviously the 250th celebration. But I think the key component was we were trying to do this at the fairgrounds with the thought of, I think very similarly to the ice skating rink, where not just to provide additional events for our community to be able to go and participate and have from a quality of life perspective, but also it also brings the potential, not the potential, but the idea of people coming out to the fairgrounds for entertainment purposes to really see that it's almost a realistic thing. Because I think that was always kind of one of the feedback that we have is some people were I think detractors from the fact that they had to leave Las Cruces to go to the fairgrounds. And with us building or having the go bonds for the amphitheater, this kind of fits in that of like, okay, let's potentially have some events out here in addition to the state fair, in addition to the NMSU rodeo, to really not just have those events, but also have that show that this is, where we can have an entertainment center for our community. That's where the amphitheater that's going to come in fits into it. And so that was also kind of I guess you want to say kind of another goal of it was that piece of it. But so I think that was part of why we are looking at doing this at the fairgrounds. The city of Las Cruces will still do their light parade and their usual and their 4th of July event at NMSU. But I think it was allowing us to be able to have that showcase not a showcase, but share that with our constituents. But I would agree, and I think I understand the concerns raised by Commissioner Chaparro, and I think also by at least what I'm picking up on, maybe if I'm wrong, but Commissioner Kimball as well, is the uneasiness of not knowing specifically of, okay, we built out this 1.1 million because we figured it's going to be 200,000 to rent the stage, another 300,000 for security and this and that and so on. So I can understand that apprehensiveness. I do, and I think I appreciate the opportunity that if we do this, I think we as the commission would probably like to have a solidified plan of what that would look like, and that, we don't want necessarily piecemealing it where, okay, this gets approved by the county manager, but this other one doesn't get approved because it has to be, I think as an overall piece of it, I think there might be some more comfort or potential for the commission to be able to have that, to understand what each of those items are. At least that's kind of what I'm feeling. And I think I understand exactly that. Because I think as you had said, Commissioner Chaparro, I know, from the surface, it's the idea of, and I'll take your words because I understand, I think you said this is like a 3-day party. And I don't necessarily think that's necessarily how it was viewed. But I understand that that's how our constituents can see this when we have all kinds of other needs. I think, but I don't feel like it's necessarily us wasting money as much as it is, like I said, just kind of setting things up for where we're going. And again, I think, I think some of the concerns that we have, like we talked earlier about transportation to our community centers and things like that, some of those are going to be hopefully addressed with some of the Project Jupiter funding. I mean, one of the things that we don't see in here is the first, because it's technically not in this budget fiscal year, but the next one, we'll start to see the $10.2 million of recurring funding from the PILT payments from Project Jupiter. That's going to be increased revenue that's coming in that can be used for, whether it is events or it can be for recurring funding for services we need to be able to address for our community. So I think there's some of that we have to take a look at, but I think that the real challenge here is that this is going to be right at the end of this fiscal year, beginning of the next fiscal year, and so a majority of the costs will fall under this fiscal year. So I know that was a lot to share, but If did I misspeak or anything there, Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chair, I think you hit the high points really well. Commissioner Chapato, yes, you were dealing with some really important family items at that time. And then Commissioner Kimball, you had not joined us yet when we had that last board retreat. So there were really two main discussion points that the chair kind of touched on. One was quality of life opportunities for our residents. The other is economic development opportunities for small businesses. That's more than just Wednesdays. Right now, this last Wednesday, there was one vendor at the downtown mall for the farmers market on Wednesday. And on Saturdays, obviously, it's much larger. This gives those businesses a few more days that they'd be able to sell. And we're hoping that we can have more events like that out at the fairgrounds, at some of our community centers throughout the year, which is why that event manager, event coordinator position becomes so important as we look at those opportunities to really encourage that economic growth.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner
Thank
Zapata.
you. Mr. Lopez, I was part of the whole enchilada fiesta for more years than I care to remember. I was moving and I had tons of plaques. And I know that we have March, April, May, 3.5 months to plan a $1.1 million attraction, celebration, whatever you want to call it. And I remember even back then when it was just such a smaller celebration for the whole enchilada fiesta. And it grew larger as time went on. But to have 3.5 months to plan a $1.1 million event, based on my experience, it's not going to be enough time. It's not going to be enough time to bring in any, I think we'll get local entertainment, but anything other than local entertainment will not function. Throwing a stage together, it takes many months of preparation. And when I was finished with 1 year, we would be having a meeting the next year to plan for the upcoming year for the whole enchilada fiesta. It's the same for the 4th of July. I was involved with a previous mayor in helping plan that. And it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of staff, and it takes a lot of volunteers. So this may not be the time. I think we dropped the ball on this. If you all talked about it, when did you all talk about it, Mr. Chair?
I believe it was at the 4th, I think it was right after the Go Bond vote. So it would have been
November?
For the retreat? Yeah, perhaps it should have been started, or the planning should have been started then instead of 3.5 months before a planned event for $1.1 million. But that's my sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Vice Chair Gamenos, did you have any comments or questions? Okay.
No.
Thank you. So board, I know I could see potentially two avenues here. If I may suggest, I think one is we can approve the budget adjustments as noted here with knowing that none of the monies for the event expenditure would be committed without our approval. Or the other option is, but it would, I think the concern is that it could potentially eat up time, is that we would maybe evaluate this at the first meeting in March as a separate item. So we would remove it from the budget adjustment and then have a more, have a specific resolution and budget adjustment then. I think so I think in my mind that could be potentially what two options. I don't know if, and Commissioner Chaparro, I know you had said, I think you feel like there's not enough time for the potential to get, I think you'd probably be local bands, and I think if we went that direction, I think it would be probably totally fine if we did a lot of local. because it highlights our local talent. We see the, I think I always look at the one that's put on the NMSU rodeo event that does have local bands that play, and they get, occasionally I think they do get like a traveling band, but nothing very large, but they do get a good turnout for that event. So I think, in my mind, I think there is a potential, like I said, doing local is a very good option, especially because, you know, we could find a way to open it up to make sure that our local businesses have the opportunities to attend and have revenue generated through that. And we can be the vehicle for that. I think the other option is there could be, if there is the potential for a, say, an A-list star or more significant, I don't know, would that ever come up? If I think there's, obviously I think we have some of the potential, I don't want to say the potential, but you know, I think there are some connections that we have within the community that may potentially allow that. I'm not saying that it can't happen or that it will happen, but would that at all change? I don't want to say that changes, but I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, it's just a totally different, it's very short notice either way.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I didn't mean to disparage any local bands. I have a very favorite local singer here. Neil McCowan is one of my favorites. Been dancing to him for the last, I don't know, 30 years probably. So apologies if I disrespected or hurt anybody's feelings. But I just don't think there's enough time. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I make a motion to remove the $1.1 million for the celebration and $25,000 for the ice rink from this budget adjustment.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second. I'll
All right.
second.
We have a second by Commissioner Kimball. Okay, so the motion is to remove the 1.1 million for the 3-day community festival or the 250th celebration, and then 25,000 that would include the storage for the ice rink and the new desks for the lakeside facility. Is there any questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Okay. All right, well then, there's no public input?
May I provide a bit of input? Would we still want to consider the furniture for the lakeside building?
I would consider it if
Because we could separate them.
pardon me?
We could separate the
If we can
amounts.
separate them, that
Yeah.
would be fine.
Perfect.
I feel better about that.
Perfect.
I just feel that the lack of communication that I've mentioned several times for the last several months, the lack of communication is still ongoing. And so if maybe we can go back and start having more communication during agenda reviews and one-on-one meetings with the commissioners, that might help alleviate this kind of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the intent was never to be sneaky or anything. I do apologize. I think we're always just very busy that we're just trying to jump ahead of things. So in our minds, we're thinking that we're trying to do something good and proactive, but you're absolutely right. We have to do a better job at communicating that, so.
And I appreciate that. I didn't mean to disrespect you in any way.
No worries. Like I take the information like data. I don't take it personal. I'm like, if it's wrong, it's wrong. I'll fix it. If it's right, it's right. Yeah, so no hard feelings.
Thank you.
But oh, of course. I believe it was, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was $10,000 and some change for the storage boxes. I want to say 10,500. So if we
If we can
reduce,
go back to that slide, please.
yes. Thank you for that. We don't have a pointer up here, huh?
All right, so we have $25,000.
Yes.
And
so if we subtract
$11,000.
$11,000, it should get us down to $14,000 for the furniture.
I think my motion covers that if withdrawing Well, actually, I guess I'll have to withdraw my motion because I did add
Sorry
a
about that.
number to it. Yes, I did, so I'll have to withdraw my motion.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion on that and then
I mean, Commissioner
redo
Kimball,
another
do you
one.
withdraw your second?
Second, yes.
Or do you withdraw your second on the
Yes.
original? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, please.
All right. Mr. Chair, I would like to move to remove from the budget adjustment $14,000 for the ice rink storage room. No,
Vice versa, sorry.
11,000, thank you. 11,000 for the ice rink storage material. I don't think that belongs to the county. I think the man who brought his ice rink down is responsible for that, and we shouldn't pay for that. And then also remove the 1.1 for the celebration until this commission decides if we want to go forward with it or not. And I think that's a commission decision, not an administrative decision, but rather a commission decision to be spending this amount of money for a celebration that we've not voted upon.
Okay, so the motion or the motion on the floor is to amend the mid-year adjustment to remove the 1.1 million for the event planning, or not event planning, sorry, the event, 3-day event, and the 11,000 for the
storage
of the ice
containers.
rink. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
Trying to make sure I get it right.
for tightening that up for me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Kimball. The only thing I want to say is I said I could go either direction. I feel like I think my only thought is that if we think like Mr. Lopez is saying, for me, I'd prefer to keep the 1.1 million in for now, just to give some parameters and then see what direction they go. But that's just kind of how I feel. I said I understand the concern and the want for the need for oversight. So I appreciate that. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez.
So I don't disagree about the storage containers. I think that's neither here nor there. It's fine. As far as it goes for the celebration, I understand the need to have commission oversight on that. I think that's perfectly fine. As far as it goes with the project itself and what I think is trying to be accomplished and what was talked about during the retreat was, and after seeing the crazy amount of support for the Go Bond over quality of life initiatives, we're giving people exactly what they've asked for, which is quality of life, upgrades to the county fairgrounds, facility improvements, and just something to do. So I definitely support this as a whole. If we need oversight, I think that's great. We can definitely talk about that. We can bring it to the board either through the contract process or through a resolution as to what kind of the guiding principles are, what we're trying to achieve. But I just want to say, it wasn't a small margin that these Go Bonds passed. It was huge margins. So I think we definitely need to keep that in mind when we're looking at the quality of life initiatives that we're putting forth through the budget adjustments. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. Any other comments, questions on the
Not on the
proposed amendment?
amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there are no other comments or questions, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez?
No.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
No. Okay, the motion fails. So we're back to the original mid-year adjustments as proposed.
Chair, if I could.
Yes, Commissioner Kimball?
If we're going to approve it, I know you said we could ask for it to be maybe moved to the first meeting in March, and we could look at it again. If we're going to approve it, we need to approve it today to give them time to start working on it. So if it's going to pass, we can't say change it to March 10th because that's another half a month gone already. And what I think we should have some oversight, and by March 10th, they should come to us with a skeleton plan at the very least of what they're going to do. And then we do need to have oversight on amounts maybe not just over 150,000, but certainly over that, everything like that.
I think so. Mr. Lopez, I know you're nodding your head. Is that something that we can get? Is that possible to have like kind of an outline of that budget within the 1.1 or what you're looking for and how that would break down for you said March 10th meeting, I believe?
Are you going to have to put on your event planner hat today? Since we don't have one?
Mr. Chair and Madam Commissioner, this is entirely outside of my wheelhouse. I will be perfectly honest. It ended up on my lap simply because the fairgrounds is managed by facilities, and facilities started reporting to me a couple of months ago. But with that being said, I am happy to work with the team, ACM Weir, County Manager Andrews, to make sure that somebody is here on the 10th to present you a framework.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I can also recommend, this is something that Southern New Mexico Fair does really well year after year. And I'm sure they would love to highlight the improvements to the fairground that we've made over the past 5 years. So maybe we can tap them in and pick their brains and see if they're willing to help us kind of with their very large network of event providers and all that kind of stuff. I guarantee you they would love to help. Also maybe tapping in the Southern New Mexico Wine Fest people and say, hey, let's talk. Do you want a tent? Their answer will probably be yes. Who wouldn't want that? So I'm sure we can get this done at light speed. So I would just make that recommendation.
And Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro.
I think I just heard Commissioner Sheljo and Hernandez volunteer to head that committee.
I think you heard wrong, Commissioner. I did not volunteer. Thank you.
You'd be twisting his arm really hard. Mr. Lopez, I think one of the things I'll add additional ask, and I think it is I understand, especially from a transparency piece, and I think there's two parts to this, hopefully the request. So I think number one, if it is at all possible to have a more of a plan for what the staff is recommending for a year two for the ice rink, because I understand exactly the point, which is, we're approving the storage of the facility of this without approving for year two. And I think that's a very key point that we need to make sure that we have that. And I think it'd be, if it's at all possible, to have that up at a minimum, an update for the commission on the 10th. I think the second piece is, I don't know whether or not we could approve a contract this fiscal year for next year. I just wasn't sure if that's necessarily allowed, but I think, like I said, I think it's something that we need to have that discussion on, so that way we can solidify the yay or nay, the details of it, and then that way it's clear understanding, because I could understand if this is gonna go, if it is approved by the BOCC and we say, and they don't have to transport things here, then that would, my hope, then that could potentially be a cost savings. But again, that to me is part of the larger presentation that I think this board needs to have a better understanding of what it is that is being proposed or suggested or to the board.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Sheldon.
is there, so I understand what you're trying to accomplish. Is there a way that we can amend the contract for this year to include a second year?
I think it already had the ability to.
It had an option, right?
An option to.
So we could just, for an option of 4? Okay. So I think it'd be great if we can just get an update on how many people visited, now that it's officially wrapped up, how many people visited, ticket sales, kind of cost ratio. I know everyone has been contacting me about how great it is and that they've been going out there, and that my daughter's soccer team is all biting the bit. They wanted to go back out. But I think that would be great to get, and then we can kind of look at that as well to see about that option. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I only disagree that I think it's me on ice is not a good idea. It sucked.
So we never did commission on ice. We talked about that.
I didn't do the commission on ice. I was there. I did make it out with my kids. My kids loved it. I did not. So I will, if this is something we're looking at for next year, I will be in the stands cheering everybody else on. And so, anyhow.
Mr. Chair, I will offer, I am very good friends with the wall myself.
Oh, nice.
Yes, holding on to it, but if I am hearing correctly, you would like a presentation of the impact of the ice rink, how it went at the March 10th meeting, within a possible nod towards, yes, you're going to extend that contract for the next year. We can certainly, the team can have that ready. Yes, the team can have that ready for you, so that we are ready to go on the 10th. And I think that as far as committing, I'm going to just kind of go back. In between meetings this morning, I heard you say, should we put a budget resolution with all resolutions? Technically, this would be one of those exceptions where you're going to approve something that won't happen until next fiscal year. So that budget, just for transparency's sake, will be in the fiscal year budget of next year.
Okay.
Just so everybody understands how that'll work.
Okay. Yeah. And I think it was just for me, because like I said, I saw the resolution and then we saw it in the budget adjustment, and it was just trying to put the two together. And I will say, Ms. Weir, I apologize. I'm not trying to go around you. I just happened that I know Ms. Love was taking care of it, so please.
Mr. Chair, one last thought, if we can also tap in Corey and Ariana from the comms team, because I know that they were monitoring all the feedback online over the ice rink, and I would love to see how people reacted online, because I'm sure there was a large social media presence while the people were there.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball, for that.
I can give a super fast update. So when I spoke to Jim, I believe it was last Tuesday, I think we had 8,281 skaters, and I think they were at $97,000 in overall revenue. Yeah, but of course we'll bring something more concrete back. Yeah.
That's almost a third of the cost, which is great for our first year. That's actually
First year,
fantastic.
And I think one of the things that I did see, and I know this was kind of part of the model, was that this was kind of intentionally kept lower in price. I know when you went to Ruidoso, it was $20. I think El Paso was.
I think they're 12, and the one
12
downtown.
to 15, I thought, but.
At the beginning, I think it was 12, but they might fluctuate their prices based on events.
Yeah, and so I think that was where we did this, but I think it was really good, and I was really impressed that the last time, when I went out 2 weeks ago, or the second to the last week of the year, there was still I'd say 30 to 40 people out there.
Mhm.
So
yeah,
it was cool. So anyways, okay. Yeah. So I think given kind of the direction to county management for those presentations that we're asking for, if there's no other input, then I'll ask Brandy if you do a roll call on agenda item number 16.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gometos,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That item does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-30.
Mr. Chair, I'll join the rest of the meeting via WebEx.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. We have agenda item number 17. It's a final plat approval for a type 3 subdivision to be known as Nevada's Estates subdivision. And I'll ask for a motion and a second for.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro. I'll second the motion. And so with that, we'll move forward. Is this I don't think this is a quasi judicial. I think just the plat approval. So
It's just the final plat.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so just briefly, this is a type 3 subdivision final plat approval request. The subdivision is substantially complete. It is located here off of Del Rey and Webb. There's a subject parcel.
Well, I think that's what we were talking. I don't know. Do we need one for a plat approval to be sworn in? Sorry.
Yes, Chairperson, I do believe it is quasi judicial, so I think
Okay,
we might
in that
need
case.
to- and my apologies.
No worries, okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth?
I
Thank
do.
you. Under penalty of law, thank you.
I
Okay.
do. Thank you. So here we are with an aerial photo. You can see this is largely residential. There's quite a few undeveloped lots still in that area. And another close-up here. This is a 10-lot subdivision on 9.44 acres with lots ranging from 0.79 acres to 0.9 acres. And they do have water supplied by Moongate Water and septic tanks for sewer. This new street or cul-de-sac here is Iguana Road. Here are photos of the site. You can see there Iguana Road is ready. Curb and gutter and pavement already installed. And just more photos. So they do have an agreement with El Paso Electric, and I believe that that work is almost complete as well. So they will be ready to submit for permits and get those homes ready pretty soon. We did provide public notice as required and did not receive any comments from the public. And so that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. Commissioners, any questions? No? Okay. Any comments or any other input? All right. Then, Randy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 17.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomeros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Oh, yes. Oh, God.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last order of business, correspondence.
No commission input follow-up?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Any commission input follow-up? Okay, no?
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick.
Commissioner Chaparro, please.
Just thank you to the staff. I know that sometimes you all come up here and get pounded by questions. Very much appreciated. And I meant no disrespect to any member of the staff at all. Soy preguntona. Thank you.
The second and fourth Tuesdays are like their Super Bowl. They get it, right? Okay, sorry. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Brandy, correspondence.
Yes, we have one. New Mexico Environmental Law Center versus Doña County.
All righty. I know we did have one item for closed session, but I think the latest update is that there's really, at this point, that the updates they'll be looking to do at the first meeting in March. So we will forego the closed session. And so with that, we've reached the end of our agenda. And so we'll call this meeting adjourned at 12:54 p.m. Thank you all for joining us. We will see you on March 10th and actually March 3rd for our work session.